Okay, so members, I think we can call to order. And I have two members in person. I thought we were going to be all by ourselves, but we can definitely call to order because we, between yourselves and Deputy Mayor Morley online, we have a quorum. Is she still with us?
No, she's not.
Oh.
Mayor Morley just dropped off.
See, that's why I knocked on wood. I said no tech issues, and then she dropped off. Just give us a couple of seconds to get her back because the deputy mayor forms quorum.
Councillor Carroll, I'm also here. It's Rachel Chernislin. I had trouble logging on, so I'm not sure if others are having that experience.
Well, we did have her for a second there, and then she dropped out. I think she'll probably figure it out. Just give us a couple of minutes. Deputy Mayor, okay, we're in business. Just in the nick of time. Thank you. Okay. Good morning, everyone. At long last. My name is Councillor Shelley Carroll, and I'm the chair of the Budget Committee. We have quorum, so meeting number 11 is now resumed. This is the second day of a 3-day meeting. So over 3 days, Budget Committee is hearing presentations from city service areas and asking details, questions of divisions and agency staff on their budgets. The full schedule of presentations can be found on toronto.ca/council on the Budget Committee agenda, and that is item BU 11.1, along with links to each presentation. If you want to follow the order and you're watching online, if you scroll down to the bottom of the agenda, you'll find a summary that shows the order in which we're looking at our divisions. Next week, Budget Committee will meet as subcommittees on Tuesday, January 20th and Wednesday, January 21st to hear public speakers on the 2026 budget. Members of the public who wish to speak to one of these meetings should email buc@toronto.ca and request to speak at one of these meetings. Speakers can participate in person at one of the city's civic centers or by video conference. Today, the Budget Committee will hear presentations and ask questions of the following groups. We're going to start with our accountability officials. This is questions only. We won't have presentations, so it's questions of the analyst notes that you can find at Budget 2026 on the website. So we'll hear first from the Auditor General, and then from the Office of the Integrity Commissioner, Office of the Lobbyist Registrar, and finally Ombudsman Toronto. So after that, we will go into our clusters again, and so we will have a presentation from the Deputy City Manager on Community and Emergency Services, which includes Economic Development and Culture, Parks and Recreation, Toronto Emergency Management, Toronto Fire Services, Toronto Paramedic Services, and Toronto Shelter and Support Services. And then we will be having presentations from Toronto Transit Commission and Toronto Police Service, likely after lunch. Questions of staff can be on the Toronto Police Service Board and also Toronto Police Service's parking tags and enforcement operations that you'll find later in those analyst notes. After each presentation, I'm going to open the floor to questions of staff on those budgets. Members, if you still need additional information that's not covered in budget notes, presentations, or the questions and answers you get from staff today, you can submit a motion requesting specific briefing notes. If you can, please send your briefing note requests as soon as possible to the clerk at buc@toronto.ca, and please provide permission to share your motion with the chair and with financial planning staff. That way we can consolidate if there is more than one request for really the same sets of information. Are there any questions before we begin? Seeing none, it's a continuation, so I think we covered everything yesterday. I'm now going to open the floor for questions on the accountability officers' budgets, and we'll do them individually. So we'll have the Auditor General come forward first. Okay. Do we have any questions of the Auditor General specifically? Are there any questions? Seeing none, that leaves only me, and I'm the only one that does. And it's a little off script, but thank you for getting to target. We see the same number of positions. I'm wondering if you could just give us a quick snapshot, though, of the drivers going forward. We've managed to keep to the services we have here today, and the target takes into account collective bargaining increases, et cetera. Do we have anything that we should count on over the next 3 years, or is the work plan thus far served by the number of positions you have? Yeah.
Oh, there we go.
There you go.
Through you, Chair. So my 2026 work plan will be accomplished by the number of staff that we have now. So we are now at our full complement of 44 staff positions. You might know that we've had some challenges over the past couple of years, so I'm very proud to say that we are at full complement now. And so the increase that you see before you today is a result of the progression pay and the cost of living adjustments staying at the same staffing level.
Yeah, yeah.
And salaries are 91% of our costs, so that's the main driver is our staffing.
Okay, thank you. I don't think there are any other questions from the members then. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much.
Yeah. And so then I'll just go through the rest of them, and we have to thank them because they are all here. The other offices are, we have our Integrity Commissioner. Are there any questions from the Integrity Commissioner? Am I the only one who's going to ask questions? It's the same question. It's kind of a future question, and particularly in this one, because the Integrity Commissioner, there's sort of a normal course of the number of inquiries coming through, and you have your full complement. But we do note that in an election year, there tend to be a lot of inquiries and questions coming in from the public and such. So you're feeling fully resourced for what 2026 might hold? Do you think you're good with this compliment?
Thank you. Good morning.
Good morning.
It is a unique time for my office.
Good morning, Chair. It is a unique time for my office in the sense that since my appointment a year ago, we've broken all records.
Yes.
We've had over 800 inquiries to my office. Last year we had we've had 75 complaints, which we have to assess. This year, the year before was 75. This year is 113. So it's over 30% increase in complaints. Each one my office has to assess and then investigate. And then we've given 76 pieces of individual advice to councillors in addition to other local board members. So we are clearly at capacity, but upon my appointment, I strive to find efficiencies to ensure we could do it within the same envelope, which is 3 people.
Yeah.
The other challenge, though, and thank heaven for some efficiencies we found in reallocations, is Bill 9. Bill 9 is a provincial piece of legislation we expect to be passed in the spring that will impose a universal code of conduct for all 404 municipalities, including Toronto. This will require my office to provide educational material for each person caught under my jurisdiction. So not only will I have to ensure that all the councillors and the mayor is informed of the new code of conduct and the obligations, but also I have 86 business improvement areas, 26 other local boards, and all the other adjudicative boards under my jurisdiction, which ranges somewhere between 1,000 and 1,200 people. So my office is preparing for that because I think it's absolutely fair and appropriate that local board members, adjudicative members, and councillors are aware of the new or different obligations under Bill 9. And unfortunately, I don't know what they are. I can tell you that we've inquired, but we have not been consulted on any of these issues. And so I am moving into 2026 with this obligation to inform and educate without knowing what to inform and educate about.
Right. And so either through variance reporting or simply in conversation with the city manager or such, later in the year, you'll let us know what we need to think about in terms of 2027.
That's correct.
Okay.
That's absolutely correct.
Okay, thank you. That's very helpful.
Because of our efficiencies, we did do reallocations to at least set a groundwork for 2027.
Okay, thank you. Those are my questions. Oh, Councillor Perks finally got online. Excellent. WebEx WebEx came through. We have finished asking questions of the AG, Councillor Perks. Oh, okay. And we're just in the middle of questions and answers with the Integrity Commissioner. Did you have any questions? Seeing none, Councillor Moyes has one for the Integrity Commissioner.
Yeah, good morning. So do you feel that you're responding to cases in a timely manner? And what's your personal timeline to respond to some of these cases?
The answer is with respect to advice, yes. We're almost over 90% of the time, if you, Councillor, come to our office for advice, we would try to get back to you within 48 hours. In terms of investigations, no. We are late in executing the investigations, and that's a resource issue. We are proposing some procedural amendments, which will be up on our website in January, that will help deal with that issue. But I have committed for a new service standard for investigations, and we're trying to figure what that service standard is. Like for advice, it's 48 hours. We would like to really shorten the investigations, because I think it's fair to the respondents that they know what's going on. But I would say, quite frankly, that's one area that I'm committed to improve upon.
So there's been a 30% increase of incidents reported to your office in 2025, but your FTEs remains the same at 3. So do you anticipate that you'll have the same numbers in 2026 or more? Shouldn't you not account for that?
One of the challenges of my position is that you never know what happens, because the complaints are from anywhere. So we may feel we're under control one day, and then we get a phone call or a complaint that's filed, and that will really disrupt our entire timeline, because the complaint is so profoundly important. We have to deal with the issues. But having said that, 2026 is an election year, and my office has a statutory freeze during the election. So there will be a time when we can't investigate during the election. So just from that math, I expect to be lower, but I have no expectations. We just take whatever is requested of us and what's filed accordingly.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. And I think those are all the questions. Thank you. Now, the next two, those are the only two that I had questions on. So I'm going to canvass the members on the next two. The next one is the lobbyist registrar. Are there any questions of the lobbyist registrar? Okay, then we don't even need a presentation, or we don't need to bring them up, because I think everyone has reviewed and it's at target. And the last one is the Ombudsman office. I don't have any questions there. Do members have questions of Ombudsman? Seeing none, you don't have to come to the desk. Okay, that takes care of all of the questions for the accountability offices. And I thank you all for coming in, that they all ended up in person. If you were a cluster, we would have to applaud you as a cluster right now. Okay, thank you. So we're moving on now to Community and Emergency Services. Just a reminder for members logging on, we have a couple of guests with us. We're going to hear the Deputy City Manager's presentation, but then we're going to open the questions for all the divisions. And at that point, your questions can be answered by either the General Manager or the Deputy City Manager herself. Okay, proceed, Deputy City Manager.
Great, thank you. Good morning, Madam Chair, and good morning to members of the Budget Committee, visiting councillors, city staff, and members of the public. My name is Kate Basil. I'm the Deputy City Manager for Community and Emergency Services, and it is my pleasure to present an overview of what is the first budget for this new service area. I'm joined today by each of our Community and Emergency Services division heads, who are available to answer your questions on their specific budgets after the presentation. And as I start, I'd really like to begin by expressing my thanks to the teams across Community and Emergency Services. They do incredible work for our city every day, and I greatly appreciate that. I'd also like to thank Steve Conforti, our CFO, and his team in Finance and Treasury Services for their ongoing guidance throughout this budget process, and to the finance leads across our divisions and my DCMO colleagues for their efforts in developing the presentation today. So to begin, our work in community and emergency services is guided by a common vision. We are united in service to Toronto residents. In 7 divisions, we work to ensure that across every community, people find welcoming and animated public spaces, resilient local economies, clear pathways to support, and trust in emergency response. Community and emergency services encompasses 6 city divisions and Toronto Public Health. The Toronto Public Health budget will be considered separately as part of the review of city agencies on Friday. So to begin, we have Economic Development and Culture, led by General Manager Pat Tobin. And this division stimulates employment, investment, arts, and culture to advance Toronto's prosperity, vitality, and livability. Toronto Fire Services, led by Chief Jim Jessup, provides 24/7 all-hazards emergency response, including an annual response to over 172,000 incidents. Parks and Recreation, led by its new General Manager, Terry Ricketts, ensures that Toronto's parks and green spaces and recreation facilities are available and accessible, enabling our residents to play, celebrate, explore, and connect. Toronto Emergency Management, led by Executive Director Joanna Bevins Desjardins, coordinates emergency preparedness, response, and recovery activities across our divisions, agencies, and corporations, as well as external stakeholders to ensure we have a well-organized response during major emergencies and events. Toronto Paramedic Services, led by Chief Bik Chawla, provides 24/7 paramedic care in response to life-threatening medical emergencies, with an annual response to nearly 380,000 incidents. Toronto Shelter and Support Services, led by General Manager Gord Tanner, manages Toronto's homelessness service system. This includes emergency shelter and overnight services, respites and drop-ins, dedicated supports for refugee claimants, and the city's encampment response. So our work in community and emergency services is very aligned with the city's strategic and corporate outcomes. And I would say in particular, there's a focus of our work on investing in people and neighborhoods, providing equitable service, and improving operational service delivery. So now let's get into the numbers. So to support these outcomes, the 2026 operating budget invests $2.4 billion gross and $1.4 billion net in community and emergency services. And this represents a 6.2% or $84.9 million increase in net expenditures from 2025. And in the next few slides, I will highlight some of the investments that are driving this pressure and how they address our key risks and priority actions. You'll also note on this slide that the budget includes a 2.2% increase in positions. These are primarily associated with implementation of the Toronto Paramedic Services multi-year staffing plan and recruitment of staff in Parks and Recreation for new recreation centers, as well as additional staff to deliver its capital program. The Community and Emergency Services capital budget, which I will discuss in more detail a bit later in the presentation, totals $6.1 billion, and it provides critical investment over 10 years. So there are several risks and challenges that this proposed budget considers. We are seeing an increasing complexity of needs among our clients, linked to systemic factors like mental health and addictions, housing challenges, healthcare system capacity, and climate change that increase strain on frontline community and emergency services. With the ongoing affordability crisis and global economic uncertainty, service users, small businesses, and the culture sector are feeling increased financial pressures. We also have a growing and aging population that drives steady increases in emergency call volumes and need for community infrastructure. And speaking of that infrastructure, our many assets and facilities require investment every year to maintain service. So to address these risks and challenges, this year's budget focuses on 4 priority actions, which center on core service delivery, and continued investment in key program areas. So to start over on the left-hand part of the slide, in supporting vulnerable populations this year, we are advancing an all-of-city response to homelessness, leveraging interdivisional collaboration and community partnerships to strengthen our shelter system, outreach, and encampment response. We are starting 2026 having made some progress in supporting those in encampments, having seen a reduction in encampment sites from 156 in January of last year to 91 last week. Community and Emergency Services is also investing through about $3.1 million to implement the 2026 heat relief strategy. This builds on improvements that were made last year to expand access to indoor cool space, outdoor pools, and drinking water for vulnerable people on the hottest days of the upcoming summer season. For our community safety and emergency response teams, a major focus will be on continuing recruitment and enhancing supports for staff health and wellness to enhance emergency response capacity and performance. And alongside many partners, our divisions are also busy making sure we are prepared to ensure a safe and enjoyable experience for all this June when the FIFA World Cup comes to town. To support safe, welcoming, and vibrant neighborhoods across the city, this year we continue to advance action plans for Toronto's economy, for culture, and the ongoing U.S. tariff response. Our parks team will be updating the facilities plan and parkland strategy that will guide investments for years to come in neighborhoods, including the $415 million invested into Parks Capital this year, as well as completing dozens of improved community amenities and facilities. Our teams are also working to improve client experience. This includes maintaining an enhanced cleaning program at recreation centers, expanded access to early local registration, and a new channel to communicate and monitor service requests through 311 integration. In economic development and culture, we will support festivals and events, arts and culture organizations and small businesses, with streamlined application and permitting systems that make it easier and faster to work with the city. So now we'll take a closer look at our operating budgets. The 2026 operating budget invests $2.4 billion in community and emergency services, and this slide outlines how that money is invested across the various divisions, including the gross and net expenditures. And I'm going to focus on the outcomes that we expect to achieve through these investments. They include providing accommodation to over 9,000 people per night in the shelter system, expanding our building skills through recreation program with a $2 million investment to double program capacity to 2,000 youth this year, and a target to hire 50% of those youth in recreation centers this summer. Adding 94 paramedic staff in 2026 as part of the multi-year staffing plan that will support improved ambulance availability. With close partnership and funding from our colleagues in social development, Paramedics is also recruiting 18 medical dispatchers to support more integrated deployment of the Toronto Community Crisis Service. The budget proposes delivering over $2.6 million in additional investments for the Toronto Arts Council, local art service organizations, and other granting programs to expand opportunities for equity-deserving youth and communities to engage with arts and culture, including specific initiatives outside of the downtown core. The proposed budget includes $2 million investment to expand early local registration in all 37 free centers by this summer, and $24 million to deliver 38 refreshed washrooms in parks, 3 rebuilds, and 15 smart modular pilot sites under the Washroom Enhancement Program. With respect to funding sources, about 60% of the operating budget is funded from the property tax base, and over 20% of our budget is funded by provincial and federal subsidies, largely for Toronto Paramedic Services. Toronto Shelter and Support Services also relies significantly on subsidies. The city and federal government have come to an agreement for federal funding for refugees at up to 95% of actual eligible costs this year, which will align with the city's work to transition to a sustainable, dedicated refugee system. We invest about 62% of our operating budget into salaries and benefits to deliver a vast array of programs and services, and 19% into services and rents. For example, our shelter hotel sites and the purchase of service shelters. This slide provides a breakdown of the Community and Emergency Services budget by division, and it presents an overall increase of $84.9 million, or 6.2%. This pressure is driven primarily by cost escalations and the annualization of prior investments in divisions like Parks and Recreation, Toronto Paramedics, and Toronto Fire Services. About 41% of this net increase is related to Toronto Paramedic Services, which includes a $2.4 million investment for the multi-year staffing plan, which, as I mentioned earlier, will add 94 permanent positions to address the approximate 2 to 5% annual increase in emergency call demand that is projected to continue in future years. Parks and Recreation represents about 23% of the pressure, and it includes investments to help ensure children get the nutrition they need by expanding the existing Camp TO nutrition program by $500,000 to reach a total of 185 locations by summer 2026. Toronto Shelter and Support Services accounts for approximately 18% of the Community and Emergency Services pressure. With declining demand among refugee claimants and corresponding reductions in federal funding, the city is undertaking efforts to transition to a more sustainable refugee program model and align to shifting demand patterns to ensure that resources are targeted where they are most needed. Actions in the staff proposed budget include planned closures of temporary shelter hotels, advancing more cost-effective, purpose-built sites under the shelter infrastructure strategy, and realizing efficiencies and enhanced savings from improved terms in remaining shelter hotel leases. Even with these actions to reduce overall costs, the city is still increasing its 2026 net investment in shelters by $15 million, primarily an effort to preserve spaces in the base shelter system. This helps ensure that when refugee claimants exit the base system, beds remain available for non-refugee clients. We will now move on to the capital budget. The Community and Emergency Services capital portfolio includes parkland, recreation centers, shelters, fire stations, public art installations, indoor and outdoor ice rinks and pools, and other key assets with an estimated current value of $7.3 billion. Our 2026 capital budget is $619 million, 50% of which is funded by debt, with the remainder funded by a combination of reserves, development charges, and intergovernmental funding. When we look at how that money is invested, approximately 67% goes to Parks and Recreation to address state of good repair and expand our Parks and Recreation facilities. About 18% is allocated to Toronto Shelter and Support Services. This includes $48.9 million to advance design and construction of previously announced sites under Homelessness Services Capital Infrastructure Strategy. The first of these, which is a family shelter at 2 Buttonwood, is expected to start accepting clients in Q3 of this year. The entire Community Emergency Services 10-year capital budget totals $6.1 billion, and it will deliver investment in the following key areas. $3.6 billion will support growing communities, including new community centers, new shelters and park development, as well as construction of paramedics multifunction stations at 300 Progress and 610 Bay, and a new fire station in Flemington Park. $2.2 billion will support infrastructure and redevelopment to support essential services like community recreation center redevelopments, including Wallace Emerson and John Innes, and also state of good repair maintenance of shelters and museums. $111 million will contribute to health, safety, and accessibility, including defibrillators, power stretchers, and other medical equipment for emergency services. The remaining $129.8 million is allocated to modernization projects like Next Generation 911, a significant event in the modernization of Canadian public safety, with Toronto now the first Canadian municipality to have all 3 public safety agencies on the Next Gen 911 network. Under our 10-year capital plan, 54% is funded by debt, and the remainder is funded from a combination of development charges, reserves, and other revenue sources. Regarding how that money is invested, the majority goes to Parks and Recreation, who receive 71% of the total budget for the projects I've already described, like recreation and community facilities, parkland acquisition and development, and state of good repair. 18% goes to Toronto Shelter and Support Services, including $209.4 million to advance their capital infrastructure strategy and strengthen the shelter system. Community and emergency services divisions continue to face economic pressures like high inflation and supply chain issues that impact their ability to address the state of good repair backlog. Our divisions carefully plan state of good repair projects, ensuring the latest condition assessment information is included while making project decisions and considering market variables such as rising construction costs. Divisions with large capital programs like Parks and Recreation are also augmenting and prioritizing strategic investment in state of good repair to maintain essential services. And as we continue advancing strategic allocation of capital investment, our service area remains focused on reducing the current backlog of 15.5% of asset value to 13.5% by 2035. This brings me to the end of my presentation. Thank you very much for your ongoing support for the work of our divisions. The division heads and I are happy to answer any questions you may have.
Okay, thank you very much. So we have a couple of guest members there. Kate can answer questions and the GMs can answer questions, but we'll start right into the divisions so that we burn through this list. The first one right off the bat is economic development and culture. Questions on economic development, arts and culture? I see a nod from Councillor Moyse for starters and Deputy Mayor Morley. Okay, Councillor Moyse, if you want to kick it off.
Sure. So my first question, the federal funding for the Indigenous Center for Innovation and Entrepreneurship was intended to support close to 420 Indigenous businesses and create 500 new jobs for Indigenous peoples across Southern Ontario. Nearly 7 years after the funding was announced, the ICIE is still not open, and the funding is coming to an end. How was the $5 million spent? Where will operational funding for the ICIE come from once it's open?
To the chair, the Indigenous Center for Innovation and Entrepreneurship is the signature project for the city in terms of economic reconciliation with Indigenous peoples. We've been happy and lucky to have the federal government as a long-term partner. The money that they have allocated through FedDev Ontario has gone to a variety of costs, including community consultation, design work, actual construction work on the site, fit up of the site with an Indigenous design studio out of Winnipeg. And at all points, we've kept in close contact with FedDev Ontario so they understand the progress of the project. We had hoped to, at this point, have secured an Indigenous operator for the site. We let an RFP a couple of years ago, and we are today still in negotiation with an Indigenous-led organization to take over operations, which would include needing to conclude a community space tenancy leasing arrangement, as well as a grant. Council has approved a $700K per annum operating grant for the operator, the ICIE. Sometimes these things take longer than are hoped, but we're exercising, I suggest, Councillor, a lot of prudence and building trust with the proponent to try to land an agreement that will be good primarily for the Indigenous community locally, but also sustainable for the city.
Okay, thank you. Also, I see that the Market Gallery will be undergoing some renovations this year. How will the capital work help draw more visitors to this space?
To the chair, the Market Gallery is probably our signature gallery for art centers located at St. Lawrence Market. The planned repairs are both to serve public accessibility, wayfinding, improving the nature of the experience for the visitor. It is also a site where we store the city's fine art collection. And though the conditions for that storage are not up to industry standards, standards. So a portion of the capital project is to improve the storage conditions for the city's fine art collection.
Okay. And you cite lower program uptake on the reason for the 9.4 million decrease in the BIA financial funded projects. Do you have an idea why uptake has been lower recently? And how are these funds being reallocated to ensure our BIAs are still adequately supported in undertaking capital projects?
To the chair, the lower uptake we understand from BIAs is due to the difficulty of BIAs in being able to raise funds associated with the projects. Frequently, that would require them to increase the levy on their members, and many in this market, frankly, are reluctant to do so. There has been less uptake than we hope. The BIA programs are operated as a suite of programs, and as you suggest, we have the authority from council to reallocate funds across the various BIA support programs, so long as they are going to the benefit of the BIA and the community. And we do that in year where we see increased demand in one area or decreased demand in another, and we would do so again here if necessary.
Yeah, those are my questions. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Deputy Mayor Morley.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and shout out to clerks for their support on the IT challenges this morning. Good morning, everyone. I just have a quick question, and it pertains to the $2 million 5-year investment that we're making into the Toronto Arts Council. We are into year 2 with this current budget, and the increase is intended, as we know, to expand arts for access for Indigenous, Black, equity-deserving groups and outside of the core communities like mine and Etobicoke. I just wondered, Pat, if you could share a little bit of color for us on what successes we have seen from this investment after year 1.
Deputy Mayor Morley, I'm going to ask the GM if he could hear the question. We have you cutting in and out a bit on your microphone. I think you have to stay real close to it today. Were you able to understand the question, Mr. Tobin?
Thank you, Chair. I think I got it. I'll just repeat it back to the council member. What were the results of the 2025 $2 million increase to the Toronto Arts Council?
That's it exactly. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. As you suggest, the Toronto Arts Council, in needing to justify the need for the increase, provided us with effectively a business case, which was focused on equity-deserving communities. As a result, they were able to allocate the $2 million plus another significant portion of an inflationary increase, calculated at 3.5%, to those groups. And I'm just pulling up the data. And in addition to increases to a number of equity-deserving group serving or led organizations, there was an increase as well to artists from those communities. And my apologies for the delay. So we saw an increase to 64 equity-deserving organizations through operating grants in 25 from the TAC. 27 individual artists from those same groups received more funding. And we anticipate that there will be similar gains made with the proposed allocation of the $2 million in 26 to the TAC.
That's great. Thank you. I'll leave it there. Thanks, Madam Chair.
Okay, I have Councillor Cheng next, but Councillor Sachs now has a question, so we'll take it outside the committee for a second. Councillor Sachs.
Thank you. Yes, Mr. Tobin, with all the emphasis on reallocating money to other organizations and outside the core, we've already seen a significant decrease in support for major organizations like the Art Gallery of Ontario. What is this continuing reallocation going to mean? Are they going to face continuing decreases in support from the city as costs rise?
To the chair, the city has been looking to ensure an equitable distribution of funding, both inside the core as defined by TO core and outside. That has, over the course of the last decade, entailed certain reallocations. You mentioned one specifically, the Art Gallery of Ontario, which has seen a reduction on the order of 5% with those funds reallocated to a variety of organizations, some inside the core, like the Harbourfront Centre, but a number outside the core. We've made significant gains in balancing out that allocation to ensure that we are serving Torontonians no matter where they reside. And I don't anticipate that there would be significant reductions in the near future or in the near term to major arts organizations in the core. With the significant commitments the council has made to grow cultural investment overall, those funds have allowed us to address the imbalance by dedicating larger portions of the incremental increases to organizations outside the core. And that, for example, has been the case with the LASSOs, where there is a plan to double the LASSO budget from a 2023 baseline over a course of 5 years.
There's lots of needs for money, but my question is about the impact on the Art Gallery of Ontario. Will they, in the budget as proposed, is the AGO going to face any further decreases?
In the budget as proposed, we're seeking funding from council for an operating program for cultural organizations. Assessments are made in year, and allocations are determined on that basis. The AGO is aware that for a variety of reasons, not just given their location in the core, but for the relative funding level of the AGO to other organizations, the very low funding level that we've been able to allocate to newer organizations in the last 10, 15 years, and for the fact that it is a bit of an outlier as effectively a provincial agency. For those reasons, we've been in conversation with the AGO that we would be adjusting their funding level in service of equity across the portfolio.
So the answer is yes, they're going to be facing further cuts in city service, in city support?
The AGO is aware that there will be marginal, very marginal reductions in their operating grant from the city.
Okay, this is what I'm trying to get at. What is the reduction in percentage terms that the further reduction that the AGO needs to expect from the city on top of all the cuts that have been made already?
In 2024, we struck a multi-year funding arrangement with the Art Gallery of Ontario, where they were given fair notice and a signal that these reallocations were coming. Specifically for them, their agreement now spans 2024 through 2026. In 2026, the last year, they will be subject to a 10% decrease. So they will go from 534,000 in 2025 to 481,000 in 2026.
With the risk of even further decreases next year?
I would not commit to that right now. We're going to reassess and work from the objectives approved by council in the culture plan and ensure that we've got a healthy ecosystem citywide. There is a lot of churn and change in the culture sector right now.
So significant adverse impacts on the AGO. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Sachs. I'll take it back inside. Councillor Chang, you have some questions?
Yes, I do.
I hope you follow up with that.
Thank you. I'm just wondering, what is the budget for evaluating the feasibility of a Museum of Toronto at the Old City Hall? And is there a goal for us to create a visionary pitch that could garner federal and provincial funding?
To the chair, yes, the economic development culture is happy to be amongst a group of city agencies, CREM and Creatio included, who are looking at the future of Old City Hall. The role for EDC is to look, as you suggest, at what a museum of the City of Toronto could be as a component. We have secured some capital funding in order to undertake that work and have started with a consultant. That value in 2026, we've earmarked 105 $100,000 to undertake that work with a third-party expert firm on the development of cultural institutions. We anticipate, however, that truly a budget to undertake that work would be in the range of $200,000 to $400,000, and we are in conversation with other parties who might be interested in seeing a vision for a museum realized as a component of a sustainable overall redevelopment project for the site.
Could we take some of the AGO money and move it to help our City of Toronto Museum?
Thank you.
Is that possible?
To the chair, we'll look to ensure that we've got the resources necessary to do the due diligence on what a museum could look like.
Thank you. ECDEV funds and operates a number of events, education programs, and public programs across the city, some very large, like Luminato, Nuit Blanche, Cavalcade of Light, and some smaller education programs in our museums. And I'm just wondering what, in terms of the budget distribution, what measures are we taking to just ensure that these programs land, some of them can land outside the downtown core?
To the chair, as noted in response to Councillor Sack's question, it has been a significant priority for the division to ensure that culture is close to where people live. Whereas the barrier to cultural participation had historically been a financial one, increasingly we understand in Toronto it's a function of proximity, and people without culture close to them have great difficulty accessing it. As a result, we've been working to reallocate funds and support and to move more resources outside the core. As we sit here today, the results actually are good and becoming stronger. So in terms of that grant funding delivered by the City of Toronto, 46% now is outside the core, which is a significant improvement. Of our museums and arts centers, 73% are outside the core. Of our 100 heritage properties, 63% are outside the core. Of our BIAs, who do deliver a lot of cultural value in the form of festivals, streetscaping, et cetera, fully 79% and growing are outside the core. So I think we are making progress on this, but more to be done.
Great, those are all my questions. Thank you. That's great to hear.
Okay, thank you. I will start the clock for my own questions. Mr. Tobin, first of all, to get down to the core business, the investments you just outlined them that we're making in culture, they are in fact the only place you are adding any new investment. We're doing our best to maintain in all other areas while still implementing sidewalks to skylines, our culture plan, et cetera. Am I right about that?
To you as chair, yes. There are 3 enhancements for EDC within the proposed 26 budget. The first is the aforementioned $2 million to the Toronto Arts Council. There's also the step in of 20% in the doubling to the LASSO's budget.
Right.
And there's an inflationary increase of a modest amount under $500K for city-led cultural programs.
Right. And so when we had that conversation, I can't remember how you framed it. I don't want to call it an agreement because that implies something. But when you had the conversation with the AGO, and the O stands for Ontario, it was made clear to them that making those local investments in local arts, those that are traditionally municipally based, was part of the rationale for this, right? Right-sizing how we invest in what is primarily an Ontario-funded and private sector-funded organization, such as the Art Gallery of Ontario, would allow us to invest in local arts, which would generate more artists, which might one day end up in their gallery. They understood that whole picture in terms of the municipal role in arts and culture. Did they not?
To you as chair, the Art Gallery of Ontario has among the best management of cultural institutions in Toronto. They have made considerable gains on access, dropping costs for younger people to join, and are seeing really strong growth in terms of membership, particularly for young and people outside the core. We're very happy with that. Our evaluation, as you suggest, is where should Toronto taxpayers' money go to ensure a sustainable cultural sector? Our funding, significant as it is, over $341,000, in '25 is below 1% of the overall AGO operating budget. So we assess need as well. But on the other end of the spectrum, we are seeing a lot of new organizations founded who are more
Yes.
likely to be outside the core, who are more likely to be serving equity deserving groups, who really struggle to get the resources necessary to get traction and scale. And we have been trying to allocate resources there so that we have an ecosystem that works for everyone in Toronto.
Excellent, thank you. And two museums, because I think Councillor Chang raises a good question. We still have that goal of one day figuring out what to do about the Toronto Museum piece. We have a treasure trove of things ourselves, let alone what might be accessed in the way of exhibitions if we ever got that going. Does the direction from council, refresh my memory, does the direction to keep working on that include in it a review of the museum and heritage sites that we already operate out of this division, so that it would be an overview of where best to invest?
To you as chair, yes, there's been a lot of work to renew the offering at the 11 museums and historic sites that we operate. Our new director, Karen Carter, has done an excellent job forging relationships with community organizations in the catchment of these sites and across the city. We look forward to continuing to do so, bringing up visitation levels, being able to show the collections of Torontonians in addition to the collection of the city, also while ensuring that the city's important collection is stored and protected in a way that I can't say is adequate today.
Yes, okay, and that's the key piece. Whether we had the showcase part of a Toronto museum, we're still guarding the treasure, so to speak. Yeah. Okay, and last but not least, on the business front, we have heard loud and clear from the business community on the industrial front. They need help in some areas. Your division sometimes advocates on their behalf. So we have the taxation pressures, particularly for small businesses, and I talked about expanding the discount to small businesses. Toronto Industry Network has indicated they're under pressure to do their stormwater environmental plans and still pay their water rates, so we're going to address that. Within the budget, though, all of the other measures, this sort of sweeping measures that we talk about in sidewalks to skylines, which is still our plan, even though the White House kind of distracted people while we responded to tariffs. Sidewalks to skylines, has there been a review of it to make sure that it still makes sense, that we still follow the directed actions in that plan, and are those the ones that are resourced in this budget?
To you as chair, yes. We've had the benefit of having a mayor's economic advisory team who were instrumental in looking at that plan and determining what, if anything, needed to change in order to respond to the implementation of tariffs when the Trump administration came in. They determined, and we agree, that a lot of sidewalks to skylines holds true, or in fact is more urgent. So that plan called for getting the basics right, which has been a big focus of this budget, but also called for supporting Toronto's sectors of strength. And these are things like life sciences, the financial industries, creative industries, and we are seeing these organizations anchor a diversified economy in Toronto and allow us to weather the turbulence brought by American trade actions in a way that we might not have originally anticipated. So I think the original plan holds true. It's reflected in the tariff action plan that was passed by council in March. And I think the actions have helped, are playing their part in strengthening the resiliency of the local economy so that we are protecting ourselves from some of the more significant impacts.
Okay, thank you. Those are my questions, and I think that's it for questions for economic development and culture. Yes, it appears so. Thank you so much. So we will move on to questions. Oh, our favorite, Parks and Recreation. We will move on. I don't even really need a show of hands, do I? Shall I just start going around the table? I'm going to start with our guest, Councillor Sachs.
Yeah, thank you very much. Yes, hello, Terry. The slide 19 from Kate Basil's presentation shows a really rapid increase over the next few years of the repair backlog, which we call state of good repair really means bad repair. How, and you note in the budget note that you're going to be having to delay aesthetic improvements. So my question is, how visible is this increase in disrepair going to be to the people of the city? And will it increase the long-term costs of operating your programs?
Ms. Rickles will be answering your questions. Good morning.
Good morning, Chair. Thank you for the question, Councillor. So I think state of good repair is, it's how we look at the condition of all our various assets in parks and recreation, and there are many different types. So in terms of the visibility of declining state of repair, it does really depend on the local circumstances. So I don't think I could make a broad comment on visibility. However, it goes without saying that the longer one defers necessary maintenance, the more visible it becomes to our citizens. So what I'm looking forward to as a newer member of the City of Toronto team is to working with my team on looking at our State of Good Repair program, broadly speaking. And I do understand that the city has made recent investments in State of Good Repair. Consequently, we will be able to take more aggressive steps to reduce that, to address that backlog over time, or at least prevent it from growing the way it would have without those steps.
I recognize that, but even so, on page 19, what you forecast is that 10 years from now, the accumulated backlog is going to be even larger than it is now. So if I take that with the chart on page 15, which shows, basically pretty flat capital project work this year, but then a huge increase for 2027, 28. My question is, why can't you do more of those repairs this year? We know that the later you do it, the more it costs. Can't you get ahead of the game a little bit by rebalancing this chart, do more this year?
Chair, so the budget that you're looking at right now is our best advice for 2026 to balance both state of good repair needs as well as the needs of a growing and changing community. Having said that, as I mentioned, I am really looking forward to opening up our state of good repair program over the next year and looking at ways that we can change that profile you're looking at right now for the long-term forecast, because like you, I can see that that is not an ideal state.
I'm asking a slightly different question. On page 15, you show $400 million, I think it's millions this year, and well over $600 million for each of the next 2 years. So basically 50% jump. Why can't we smooth that out and get started now and do more of the overdue work that I can see all over my ward and the city? Why aren't we doing more this year?
Chair, I'm going to refer that question to our Director of Capital, who can help with some details to that effect.
Okay, and then I'm trying to get one more question in, so a short answer, please, Prepon.
Yeah, through the chair, the ramp up in 27 and 28 is primarily due to new community center constructions. It's development charge funded, and our state of good repair investments are increasing. And as you understand, Councillor, it takes time to design and bring the project into construction. So we will be making all attempts to expedite the SOGR projects. Also, we are increasing through this capital plan investment in SOGR by approximately $275 million.
Okay. The other question I had was the Auditor General did devastating reports about staff not being where they were supposed to be, not doing their jobs. You've taken some action to try to fix that. What has been the impact of those corrective actions on the cost effectiveness of city staff maintenance in parks? Are we getting better bang for the buck?
Chair, so
The quality assurance framework measures that we've implemented essentially ensure that staff are documenting and are where they are doing the work that they're assigned to do, and they're in the place where they should be doing that work. And then the quality assurance framework around that is to ensure that site inspections are completed, to ensure that work is completed, but also that the quality of that work is also good. So what I would say is, in terms of what the output of that is more efficient because our staff are now the documentation and the site visits confirm that the work is being completed and that it is quality. And I would say that's where the improvement is and where we're getting more value for our money.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Sachs. Councillor Chernos Lynn, I saw your camera go on during this. Do you have questions for Parks and Recreation?
Not at the moment. I'll listen to everybody else first.
Okay, so why don't we finish virtual then? Deputy Mayor Morley, and then Councillor Perks? Nope. Okay, Deputy Mayor, go ahead.
Okay.
Sorry?
Can you hear me okay?
Yeah, if you stay close to the mic, I think we'll be good.
Thank you. I was going to get into the state of good repair. I appreciate Councillor Sachs that dug into that piece of it. My other only question is around the projection for 2025 recreation registrations was about 45,000 fewer than the target. What accounted for this? And is this an ongoing trend that we will expect to have a negative impact on revenue?
Thank you for the question, Councillor. And no, this isn't an ongoing trend. This is a right sizing. So it is a reflection of our actuals and what we expect for next year, right sizing in a post-COVID environment.
That's helpful. Thank you. That's all from me, Madam Chair.
Oh, okay. So I'm bringing it into the room now. Councillor Moist, you want to go next?
Okay, we'll stay on the SOGR theme. So for clarification, you mentioned that the division will adapt a repair and maintenance model that prioritizes the renewal of the most critical and high-use recreational amenities. How does this differ from your current practice?
Through the chair, so we have a comprehensive SOGR plan for all our facilities that are in poor condition. And usually we deliver through a bundled approach so that everything is one and done. So we don't have to go and disturb the facility multiple times. But we look at it differently this year. So some of the facility or building envelopes are 80 to 100 years. But some of the equipments like air conditioning, the drytrons or the dehumidifiers have a shorter lifespan of 20 to 25 years. And so what we are targeting is this $400 million of equipment that is very critical to keep the buildings open. And so we are targeting those and bringing a new stream to target or replace this equipment or upgrade this equipment. So that's a different stream we are starting. And then the routine, the entire project to upgrade the building and the other amenities will continue on its own pace.
Okay. So there are many downtown parks, especially in my ward, that are reconstructed at great cost, and the elements are being damaged within a year or two of opening. How are you accounting for that in regards to budgeting to repair these things? Are you adapting your capital maintenance to address these issues?
Chair, in terms of, we're constantly looking at different materials that can be used, such as anti-graffiti coating. We're looking, we learn through every project that we do. In terms of how we account for it, we do have sort of a response in terms of keeping the maintenance up to date and being able to do those fixes, but we do work closely with our
project this year so that all centers with registered programs will be available by summer and fall. So we are expanding 4 summer camp as well as an immediate expansion of 14 sites for the spring season. So all locations will be online with early local. All free centers, allow me to correct, will be online for early local registration by the fall.
Awesome. And parks often provide a mid-block connection for residents, which can be impacted by winter weather, like today. Are there any plans to improve winter accessibility for high-traffic paths?
Again, they couldn't hear.
So again, parks often provide a mid-block connection for residents, which can be impacted by winter weather. Are there any plans to improve winter accessibility on high-traffic paths? I'm just getting over a cold, sorry.
Chair, as you know, we do winter maintenance and snow removal on connecting paths through high-traffic areas. As we increase accessibility requirements, so if there are facilities or if we add different amenities or assets that are winter activated, we will add on that winter maintenance as well to ensure that that connectivity and accessibility occurs specific to.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. In North York, we call those cut-throughs, Councillor Moyes. Councillor Chang, you're next.
Thank you. Through the chair, I just want to go back to SOGR. I'm wondering if abandoned infrastructure is counted in our SOGR, because I have a field house, which part of it serves as a bathroom, but the rest of it is shuttered, and it's in a very active park. So is that counted when we're looking at SOGR, or is it just in another abandoned list?
Through the chair, everything is, condition assessment is completed comprehensively for all assets on a 5-year basis. And depending on the condition and input from park operations, that what is in service, what's needed. So plan is prepared based on the input from staff. And so some things could be prioritized, and if part of the building is not used, then we'll look at a comprehensive plan to see how to abandon it or make it safer, so that if there's an entry there, community is still safe.
Mm-hmm. So it is included in the percentages of the SOGR, the calculations, that's all I'm wondering.
Yes.
Yeah. My second question, I note that there's only an addition of 6 staff, but in the list of pressures, it describes, we have new parks and new community centers coming online. So how are we adding new community centers, new parks, and with minimal addition of staff? And will that result in a further decrease in service standards? Because I know in Willowdale, our parks this past year, we really struggled. We had quite a few parks where we had naturalized areas where the weeds were taller than toddlers and maybe even small children. So I'm just wondering, if we're growing our real estate and responsibilities, but we're not growing our staffing complement, is there an expectation that our service standards are going to continue to be held at a level that is a little challenging?
Chair, so the answer is no, and the story behind the numbers is that there were staff transitions out of Parks and Recreation when Ferries was transitioned outside of our division, as well as forestry. So in terms of the addition, we actually have 165.3 new staff coming on to service all of those parks and new recreation centers. It just looks like less of a delta because we also released a number of staff to others.
And in this budget, is there a service level that we can rely on when it comes to parks maintenance that we can point people to?
Chair, we have established service levels for our parks, and I'll defer to our Director of Parks in terms of where that information might be available.
Chair, we do have established service levels, everything from grass maintenance to snow clearing. We are actually working on a more digestible service level standard that we're looking at by the end of Q1 to be able to share that with you. And we'll be happy to share that with you at that time. It'll be, right now they're very sort of specific based on best practice maintenance standards, and so they're very technical, but we're going to make them a little bit more digestible for you, and we'll be happy, we'll get those by the end of Q1.
Thank you. Our community has really been grateful for the playground enhancement program. I think it's made a really impact on local communities. And I'm just wondering, is that funding stable this year, and will it grow in further years as our infrastructure continues to age?
Through the chair, this is a very well-regarded program by all councillors and the community. Every year, PNR upgrades 20 to 22 parks every year. So 260 projects are planned in the capital plan for 10 years. This year, there is 18 million allocated. Also through this year, we realized that residents and kids want more play value. And so the cost of these projects have increased based on our experience. So across the board, we have topped up some more funding to ensure that the replacement parks we build, or sorry, the playgrounds we build, provide better value and the residents like it.
Thank you. I have one last question, and it's about the community center programming. What is our target in terms of cost recovery? We want to keep the programs affordable for people, but at the same time, we are also trying to balance our sustainability. And I'm just wondering, is there an overall percentage that we aim for in terms of cost recovery?
Chair, today we see roughly 30% of our costs covered by user fees. I wouldn't call it a target per se, but that is where we generally maintain ourselves.
Great, thank you. Those are my questions.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Chernos-Lynn, go ahead.
Thank you, Chair. I have a question that sort of bridges a little bit of what Councillor Moyes was talking about, but into ravines. I get a lot of queries from residents about access to pathways that go into the ravines, like the main ones, during winter months, because these are generally not maintained. But when we think of our parks, for many people in my ward, where you have the Don Valley that goes through it, the ravines are really the main parks in their communities. They don't necessarily have a playground in their community. But the Don Valley and access to that, to Sunnybrook Park or Serena Gundy and Thorncliffe Park, these are pathways or roads that aren't necessarily clean for winter maintenance, and therefore communities don't really have access to them. And I'm wondering, with our thoughts around sort of with an equity lens, but also with trying to get people off of, using their cars less frequently and getting out and having healthy lifestyles, how is there a way that this budget can take that into account?
Thank you for the question, Councillor. So you're right, it does cross several divisions within the city. So basically where we have connections, park connections to ravine trails, we maintain those and we work very closely with our partners in forestry. I would suggest the other part of your question is probably best addressed tomorrow when that budget comes forward, the forestry and ravines.
Oh, okay, but who is responsible for clearing, let's say, the pathways down that are for snow maintenance? Is that the parks budget that does that? Like these are paved pathways. I would think it would be the parks budget.
Yeah, so Chair, where there's a connecting point to ravines, not just pathways, but including stairwells as well that have a connection point, those are maintained through parks operations and they are cleared in winter.
So I have several that aren't actually. So how do we ensure that those are being done if they're not as part of this budget?
If I can help, sorry to step in as a politician, but I think you share the challenge that I have, Councillor Chernoslin, in your ward, where you get to the end of the park service and you hit TRCA territory, and they very much do not clear. They do not have that kind of budget. So that happens, for instance, through the ravine system that starts in the Don Mills, south of the 401 area, south of my ward, and continues on into my area is a challenge.
Okay, I guess, so let me phrase this differently. Our winter maintenance is accounted for in this budget into our parks. Is that correct?
Chair, yes, that is correct to a standard. And Councillor, if you'd like, I can take this offline with you, connect with my colleagues. I'm certain we can get you a clear answer between the two of us.
Okay, thank you. I think my constituents would appreciate that because I'm getting mixed messaging. Thank you.
Is that, those are your questions on Parks and Rec? I'm going to assume complete.
Yeah.
Okay,
Yeah.
thanks. Okay, so for my questions, I started my clock, councillors. If I can go back to state of good repair, because I think this is an interesting one to look at. Because when we're looking at the chart, you got to look at the whole chart. In fact, if I'm looking at it over the long period of time to 2035. As a percentage of asset value, because this is a division where we're adding assets, growing things, development gives you new gifts, but as a percentage of your total assets, it's actually going down over that time. Am I right about that? Yeah.
Chair, yes, correct. That's the case.
Yes, and so what you do have now, that what you are able to spend in the year, what has been your capacity to spend what we have been allocating to Parks and Recreation capital?
Chair, for the last year, 2025, we're on track for a 90% spend rate, which is excellent.
It is excellent. It took a long time to get there. You came in at a good time. I can remember years where it was 37%, so we really are doing well. Mr. CFO, can I ask you, because you did the allocation of the benefit of the Gardner New Deal. Did some of those already go to parks?
Yeah, and I think that's a good point. So there are 5 areas that we've identified in the city where they are priorities for investments in state of good repair funding. Parks and Recreation is one of those 5 groups. In fact, when we had the Gardner reallocation, roughly $400 million was taken from what would have been invested in the Gardner and reinvested in SOGR within Parks and Rec. If you look at the SOGR funding by year, over the next 10 years, it averages about $170 million. In 2025, it's $135 million, and you see that amount is stepping up and increasing in large part because of the ability for park staff to deliver on that capital work.
So it's incredible to be given that increase and still be able to keep up your capacity to spend. And 90% is excellent. But if we were to say, oh, that just won't do, we have to allocate more to you this year, what's the likelihood that a lot of it just ends up being carried forward to the next year? You have a good work plan now and you're executing 90%, but if we suddenly gave you funds, would you be executing 115% or would you just be carrying it forward to next year?
Chair, great question. So we look at the plan and the next 2-3 years outlook and start building the capacity. We are also looking at bundling approaches to cut down on the procurement challenges we face so that we can have one procurement and deliver 5 projects. So we are using various approaches to ensure that we are more efficient. We are also tracking the projects more towards like completions. A lot of parameters are there. We have a lot of KPIs. We are significantly bringing accountability. So we are not concerned about spending. We need more funds. Definitely we need more funds in this area and we'll continue to deliver.
Right. And lastly, an important factor here is the challenge because Parks and Recreation is an area where the other orders of government expect us to take care of this municipally. It's a fundamentally municipal thing, your own local parks and your own recreation programs. And so this is also a capital budget that has a pretty heavy reliance on debt to execute its projects. Am I right about that?
Chair, you are correct.
Okay. Those are just things I think to keep in mind when we're looking at the capital pressure here. It's not unique, but it's certainly very illustrative of the way we got to look at capital. Thank you. Those are my questions. So I think that's it for Parks and Recreation. Thank you. Okay, we're going to move on to the Office of Toronto Emergency Management. Are there going to be questions here? There are. As modest as this division is, we're still going to dig in. Okay, I'm going to ask our visitors first, Councillors Chernos Lynn and Councillor Sachs. This is the Office of Emergency Management. Okay, no questions? Oh, okay. Not to be confused with emergency services, right? This is the TEM. Okay, Councillor Sachs?
Yes, thank you. The one question that keeps coming up in my ward is what plans do we have in case of a significant derailment on the train line that goes through Summerhill? My constituents have asked this a number of times. Is there an updated plan that I can provide them? And if not, can you prepare one this year?
Chair, we use an all-purpose reaction emergency plan to an event like that. We do not have one that's specific to rail disrailment. However, emergency services, Toronto Fire would be involved in that, along with Toronto Police and Toronto Paramedics.
Right, so I've given that answer back to the community, and they have asked again and again for a specific plan for the derailment risk given the history. Do you have the capacity to meet with the community and develop something that's more focused for that particular risk?
Yes, something like that, creating a plan like that would take quite a bit of FTEs to get that plan done, to consult with the community. And at this point right now, it's not one of our top 10 emergencies. But again, if it did happen, we do have the capacity, working with our emergency services, to respond to that using our general emergency plan.
Okay, so clarity, you don't have the resources in this budget to prepare a specific plan for derailment?
Correct.
Thank you.
Okay, Councillor Chernos Lynn? Seeing none, Deputy Mayor Morley?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I have two questions for Office of Emergency Management. The first question is, a note indicates that during the FIFA World Cup, your capacity to respond to other incidents, should they occur, may be impacted. What steps can be taken to minimize that risk?
We will be working with our other divisions. We will have an emergency operations center set up within the City of Toronto at our usual location. We will also have, Toronto Police will also have an operations center set up that will be addressing FIFA specifically. Our emergency operations center will be addressing other things other than FIFA. So if another event does come in, we will have the capacity to respond.
That's really assuring. Thank you so much. My next question is, climate change is obviously creating more extreme weather events, as we all know. You've indicated this in your note as well. How is this impacting your operations and budgeting?
It does impact us significantly. We activate now on a regular basis. As of today, we have just activated for a snowstorm. Our team is not a very large team. And so when we activate, our core jobs actually get put on hold, and then we focus on the activation. It will take more resources from all the other DACs to continue these types of activations, so that they come in and actually support more and more of our emergency operations and our team.
Thank you. Something for us all to be paying close attention to. Thank you so much. That's all for me.
Thank you.
Oops. Okay. Other questions, Councillor Moyse?
Just one question. So in my ward, and more recently in Councillor Chunslyn's ward, there has been a lot of high-rise fires that have resulted in people being displaced, some short periods, some even longer periods. How many displacement incidents can you budget handle for per year? And also, too, what happens if the number is exceeded? Are there contingencies in place to support people that are in need?
Through the chair, we have a non-program fund that our funds come out of for emergency social service responses. We do small scale, which we call curbside. Right now, it's still attached to Toronto Emergency Management. One of our core functions is to actually manage large scale emergency social services displacements. So as of right now, yes, we do have the funding to support this.
No, the city continues to grow, and again, there's a lot more high-rises going up in the downtown core, more specifically, and even in Councillor Chang's ward. Has your budget increased in this year compared to the last couple of years?
Not significantly, no.
Okay. I'll stop there.
I think it's important, if I can help out, that this is the budget of the core unit staff, but once that emergency happens, there's a reserve in non-program that gets access. So you're not seeing that in the budget. You're just seeing the office unit and the people that would begin to access that and address the emergency with all the other services. So it seems like 5 million, okay, you're done. We can't handle any emergency, but that's just the core. Yeah, that's the budget we're looking at right now. Councillor Chang?
Thank you. I note here that 100% of requests were able to respond in 15 minutes during regular business hours. And I'm wondering, what is the target response when it's not during business hours? Because we know a lot of emergencies don't happen during business hours.
Right, we have a process of an on-call process. So anytime there's any type of emergency that fits within our function, our on-call is called immediately, and they respond immediately and work with the other divisions on how to address it immediately, short-term, long-term.
And so do we have a 15-minute target for outside of regular business hours, or is it a longer target?
No, they're on call.
Okay.
Yep.
The other question I have is about the digital strategy development. Communication is critical for emergency management, and I'm wondering what kind of investment is being made towards developing that strategy, and do we envision a time where there would be a go-to place, website, or social media outlet where this information would be distributed in the event of a citywide emergency?
We have just hired an FTE to deal with the education communication component for communities right now. And part of that is working very closely with corporate communications to have a strategy. That's really where we go to for that. That's their expertise. But the idea behind that too is to get a better website. And our small team that we have assigned to community engagement do go out to different communities. In fact, they went out to the actual Thorncliffe Overlea community, I want to say 6 weeks prior to them actually having the event that they had, and educated them on what to do during an emergency. That's the intention, but right now it's very, very small scale.
And does this budget include the capacity, or do we even have the authority to send out text messages to all Torontonians?
Not right now, no.
Is that something that would be necessary, or do you reach out to a higher level of government in order to be able to have that ability in the event that we needed to text everybody?
There's different types of alerts that come through federally, provincially, municipally. Again, and there's a lot of different steps and criteria you have to meet before you can actually do that. We have been in conversations with many different outside corporations on what that would look like. But again, it's a discussion with our corporate communications so that we can have a consistent approach of when something like that would be done. We do not have the capacity to be able to send that out through Toronto Emergency Management. That would have to be something discussed with corporate communications.
Thank you. Those are my questions.
Okay. I gave a little leeway there. We got out of budget and into how does this work? Just a quick question, because I don't want to leave the review of this budget with confusion, which is why I interjected. I'm sorry. But just to illustrate for folks, you had to be prepared for anything that might happen today in an extreme snowstorm. So there's what happens in your office, but then what else do you access? How do you prepare for today if everything goes pear-shaped, and touch wood it doesn't?
Right, so we work very closely with the other divisions. So we work very closely with transportation in an extreme snowstorm, and it started last night, being contacted by them. And then we reached out to our staff that were coming in to work today to ensure that if we are activated, that we have the appropriate staff in. And if they can't get in, like some couldn't, then we have the virtual means to also operate the Emergency Operations Center. So we don't just use our staff. We've been doing a lot of reviews on how emergency management has activated in the past. And we really need to rely on the outside divisions to actually come in and staff the Emergency Operations Center as opposed to just our staff. So what
your team is able to expand, not just with your budget, but they are now resourcing those folks.
And that's what we have to rely on. And so something like this, we would set up, even though perhaps it's going to be, 15 degrees tomorrow and all the snow's going to melt. Probably not. But we'll set up for 3 shift schedules, and then we will have our people in the main roles. And then when we would bring in the divisional subject matter experts, directors into the EOC, whether it's in person or virtually, to continue.
Right, and then there are the predictable events. You highlight in your budget that you're already making preparations for where you might be activated during FIFA World Cup.
Correct.
So there's the unplanned, and you get short notice, and then there's the long distance planning. So this budget resources you to do those different types of planning. And can I assume that the other services, first responders certainly, and then the CFO is able to expand upon that if an emergency unfolds. For instance, a relocation of a building, the Thorncliffe Park building being such a long thing, we then work City Central, non-program, and all those services to work together out of your office.
Right, the budget as it stands for our core function, it funds us at a very minimal level for the city our size. So when we do have to go into an activation, it's an all hands in, all team approach, Team Toronto. We have to use other resources.
Right. So if we did want to look at expansion over multi-years of this office, we'd be better off, and you just highlighted it, we'd be better off looking at the standard in other cities as opposed to just thinking based on our, incident experiences, what we think should be there. There are some industry standards we could go looking at.
And Chair, we've done that. We've done a lot of jurisdictional reviews and have identified areas for a city our size where we could really maximize more resources.
Okay, thank you. That's very helpful. Okay, I think that's it for the Office of Emergency Management. Thank you very much. So now we're going to go into the responders. Fire Services is next. The Chief Jessup is way back there. There he is. This new layout and these the super deluxe high back chairs is a disadvantage when you're sitting in the chair. Chief Jessup is here. Are there any questions on fire services? First of all, our guest members, Councillor Cherno-Slin, no questions? Okay. And so, members, Councillor Moyse has questions, Councillor Cheng has questions, and then I'll come back out to virtual. Councillor Moyse.
I'll start off easy. Are you on track with your hiring plan for this year and the next following years?
Good morning, Chair. Yes, Toronto Fire Services has actually completed the council-approved hiring plan of 156 net new firefighters. We just onboarded the final 52, so that has been completed, and we are in discussions with the Deputy City Manager and the Chief Financial Officer on what the future would hold with workforce planning.
Happy to hear that. And fires caused by lithium-ion batteries appear to be a growing issue for high-rise buildings. What percentage of emergency calls does TFS estimate are caused by lithium-ion batteries?
Chair, just give me 1 second, please.
I know there's been many in Toronto Centre, but I'm not really aware of others in the city, which I'm sure there are many of.
Great, Chair. So in 2025, Toronto Fire Services responded to 70 lithium-ion battery fires. I think it's important to let the committee know, and then obviously through council, since we began tracking these fires in 2021, we've had 194 fires, but also 252 incidents where the batteries went into thermal runaway and started to smoke that may not have resulted in a fire, but also resulted in a response by our hazardous materials team. So, you know, as I spoke to at committee, it is the fastest growing public safety risk in the city of Toronto. I am happy to report, Chair, that both the provincial government and the federal government have responded to council's request to work with the City of Toronto on trying to identify mitigation strategies moving forward, because we know these devices are here to stay. So the question now is, how do we make it safer and mitigate the risks? So again, the number of fires continue to grow, Councillor.
Okay, thank you, Chief. And my final question, given that Toronto Fire Services has delivered an average of only 44% of planned capital spending, what changes are being made in 2026 to improve delivery and avoid further deferrals?
Thanks, Chair. And if you require a more detailed explanation, I have Acting Deputy Chief Chen here, who takes care of all of our budget stuff. So there's two primary factors driving our ability to spend right now, and that has been the delay in the Flemington Fire Station, which we continue to work with a number of city divisions on and the Councillor's office to try to get that through, and we do believe we'll be breaking ground in 2026, as well as the Toronto Radio Infrastructure Project. That is called the TRIP program that encompasses all of the hardware for all three emergency services, so fire, police, and paramedics. Toronto Fire, a number of years ago, was identified as the lead. And in fact, we are working right now with TSD and procurement on the next iteration of that RFP. So there was a report that was just brought forward last committee meeting where council and committee approved the expenditure of several $1 million. Certainly my peer at Paramedic Services can speak to some of the infrastructure that he purchased, but also some of the cybersecurity work that had to be done, Councillor. So it really has been those two projects that have been the delay in our capital spend, and we certainly anticipate Flemington will be resolved starting this year, and TRIP will continue to be moving forward with all three services.
Awesome. Thank you. Those are my questions.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Chang?
Chair, I'm sorry, my apologies for the interrupting here. It's Councillor Crisanti. I just wanted to let you know when it's time. I'd like to ask a couple of questions, please.
Okay, we can do that, Councillor Crisanti. By any chance, do you have the ability to turn your camera on when we get there?
Yes, I'm trying to do that now for some reason.
Okay.
Yes, I should be ready by then. I'll keep going. Okay.
Okay, I'll take Councillor Chang's questions and then I'll come to you right next.
And a reset of my time, please.
Well, there we go.
And a reset of Councillor Chang's clock.
Through the chair, I noted here that it says that the WSIB vacancies are projected to increase. And I'm just wondering what factors there are to the increased illness and occupational stress injuries.
Chair, this is certainly something that Toronto Fire Services, along with our colleagues at Paramedics and Police, continue to deal with. We have seen an exponential growth in the number of persons that cannot be at work because of occupational stress injury and workplace injury. It has a significant impact on our ability to deliver services. Thankfully, we've been working very closely with the Deputy City Manager and the Chief Financial Officer, and we've had full support in making sure we have the resources necessary to keep as many of the Council 125 trucks approved in service. So it continues to grow. The good news is we are taking proactive steps. Council approved the first staff psychologist a number of years ago. They recently approved a second staff psychologist, which we have just completed working with People in Equity, that recruitment process, and we believe she will be onboarded very shortly. And since the introduction of the first psychologist, we have seen an over 40% decrease in the net new WSIB applications. So yes, the number continues to grow on the curve, but it is growing at a much slower exponential rate than we would have seen without council support in the mental health support. So it's certainly a top priority for me.
Great, thank you. It's good to hear that those investments are being made. I'm wondering about how we're planning for growth in this capital plan. So in my ward, there's currently a secondary plan that is contemplating adding up to 100,000 people in the next 25 years. And I think I'm not the only secondary plan that's adding in that ballpark number. And we know current capacity could not possibly meet the need of that kind of growth. So I'm just wondering what in the capital plan is preparing for a future where there is that added density and much of it being vertical.
Chair, so we work very closely with Create TO and with our planning division. In fact, the chief planner spent an entire morning with his team and our team discussing this very issue across the entire city. So it is something top of mind. All of the information that we receive from Create TO and our planning division is fed through our analytics division that starts predicting population growth, which will absolutely result in increased call volume growth. If you look at our capital plan right now, there are a number of stations that are identified already. Flemington will be the next one, as I said, that will come online, but there's Christie, there's Lower Donlands, and we absolutely know up in your area, as well as in Scarborough along the Golden Mile, that additional work needs to be done, so it is absolutely top of mind. Secondly, Chair, in terms of the vertical growth, yes, it continues to be a challenge for Toronto Fire, which is why you will see in the outlay of the capital budget, as well as the future operating budget, we have requested 2 additional high-rise trucks so that each area of the city has a dedicated high-rise unit which will respond to high-rise fires. So we're looking at it both short-term, Chair, as well as long-term.
We know that our city is already quite vertical, and it's great to see the addition of these 2 new high-rise trucks. Will we be purchasing more in the next few years to support existing high rises? And how high is that high rise truck serving? Like, what is that height that this truck, is specially designed for?
So, Chair, right now, for the public and for council, we are really well resourced, and especially with the support we have had dealing with our absences, which are primarily beyond our control right now. So the high-rise apparatus, the 2 that we are requesting, we have 2 right now, one in North York, one in downtown Toronto. It's not the concept of reaching the upper floors. We know, with the exception of Tower 1, anything over 7 stories, we have to fight internally. And what that means for us, Chair, is human resources. Firefighting in high-rise fires is 2.5 times the human resources that it is in a single-family house, which is why it is critical, and we are so grateful that we have received the support to keep as many apparatus and service as possible. What the high-rise trucks do is provide special equipment, ventilation equipment, rescue equipment, communications equipment that are critical for managing those incidents well over 100 stories in the sky.
Great, thank you. Those are my questions.
Okay. And you can visit that truck in North York. Okay, Councillor Crisanti.
Thank you, Chair, and good morning, everyone. And Chief, good morning to you, and thank you for your service and the service your members, great service your members provide us every single day to keep us safe. So I just wanted to, forgive me if I'm going to be a little repetitive here. Let me turn my camera back on. Okay, here we go. It should be on right now, Chair. So you indicated that you completed your 3-year hiring plan. So the total hirees are 156 new firefighters in 25, correct? And is that a net new number, Chief?
Chair, it was 156 net new over 3 years. So council approved 52 net new over a 3-year period. And Chair, I just want to make sure that that was at our request because we have capacity issues with our fire academy. And that was the most that we could put through while at the same time still replacing all of the attrition and the retirements.
And I was just going to go there with the attrition, the retirements. Hiring is always a work in progress. So what is your current plan for this year in 2026, this budget for hiring? Do you have a set number or are you, or just tell me what the plan would look like for 26?
Chair, so we have council approval to replace all of the retirements, and that we actually are starting a class on January 26th. We have just finished the recruitment phase, the posting phase for the projected July class. So we certainly recognize and we are working very closely with People in Equity on our numbers right now in terms of our retirement. We know right now, in the next 5 years, close to 500 operations firefighters can retire with an unreduced pension. So it is something that we are working towards. We are working very closely with People in Equity on workforce planning, and that is certainly peace of mind on my mind right now, Chair. So we are planning on maintaining our status right now. We did not request net new this year because we needed to stabilize. But certainly the retirements will be a challenge for Toronto Fire Service, but I'm working very closely with the DCM and the CFO on a plan for that.
Thank you, Chief. And that's where certainly my concern and some of my constituents' concern are as well, is continuing to work on a number of net new moving forward, knowing that we have, attrition and retirees. As you indicated, I didn't know the number was that high, 500 over the next 5 years. That's quite a large number. So are you planning to submit a plan, I guess, let me word it that way, to accommodate that and to ensure that we do not fall behind?
So it's out of respect for the chief's time, I have to say, Councillor Crisanti, that he has now answered that twice, that he is working with the city manager and the CFO on the next hiring plan, the first hiring plan having been completed. I think he said that 2 full times now.
Thank you, Chair. And he did. I just want to make sure that and be clear that that plan is going to be worked on. So thank you. So let me just ask this then, Chief, which I haven't asked. Are you comfortable with meeting the demand currently with the resources you have?
Chair, yes, I am.
All right, thank you. And last question will be with respect to follow from Councillor Cheng's questioning on the high rise. So the city's growing vertically rapidly. Did you indicate that we have equipment that could accommodate fires as high as 100 stories?
No,
and
Chair.
or tackle fire?
So, Chair, I'll be very clear. So anything over 7 stories requires us to fight fires inside the building. What I referenced was the additional high-rise apparatus we have requested through 2020 into the 2028 realm will assist us in fighting fires upwards of 100 stories, such as the new building right now, the 106 floors down on Yonge Street. So those specialty high-rise apparatus will provide us with the unique tools that we require in terms of ventilation, communication, for buildings that high.
All right, thank you, Chief, and thank you, Chair. Those are my questions.
Thank you. So just, if I can just follow on that question, just to be clear so that my colleagues can help. We adopted a hiring plan. It has been completed now. You're working on the next one. But in the meantime, what I heard you say earlier this year at a committee, and I believe this budget has the resources in there. At the moment, your focus is maximizing all the space you have for training in order to train the rather surprising number of retirements that we could potentially have. And that kind of uses all the training capacity at the moment, does it not?
Chair, you're correct, as well as the provincial regulation that has mandated certification and training that has taken up an inordinate amount of time and cost to Toronto Fire Services to comply with the provincial regulation with the two different phases that you and I have chatted about. So it's both the making sure that we maintain our council-approved numbers through just our normal retirements coming through the Fire Academy, but also we have to keep space and make sure that we have the that we reallocate our training resources to make sure that we comply because the dates are coming very fast for 2028, where all of our specialty squads have to have over 720 hours of certification training just to be able to provide that service to the city.
Right, and so to be clear, what we see in our budget asks is a result of considering not just the city's finances, but those constraints on capacity to train, the legislative requirements, and the windows that we have to be ready for in terms of the change in certification requirements. All of those are factored in. So the numbers we've arrived at are not necessarily, oh, there would be 1,000 more right now if you just gave me the funds for it. You wouldn't have the capacity to bring that many on stream all in one fell swoop.
Chair, that is correct.
Thank you. Thank you. Sorry, I just had to do it then because it was a follow-on. Those are my only questions on fire services. Now I'm going to jump back out again. Deputy Mayor Morley.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Most of my questions around adequate resourcing have been asked and answered. So thank you so much for that, Chief, and of course for your leadership. I do just have one question related to the work that Toronto Fire Services is doing with Toronto residents that are living in encampments. How is the service currently engaged with the encampment work? And are there dedicated resources in this budget for that engagement?
Chair, certainly, the work that we do interdivisionally, the Deputy City Manager, the General Manager of Shelters, and myself talk pretty much daily on this topic, and the DCM certainly has been leading that interdivisional work. So we proactively reallocated 20% of our public education staff a number of years ago, given the fire risk and given what we were seeing in encampments. I'm happy to tell you that that has paid off with a 37% decrease in the number of fires in encampments since we reallocated those resources. So we work very closely with the our interdivisional peers. Our staff are out daily in encampments, speaking with residents, providing fire safety materials. When they do note hazardous materials such as propane tanks or compressed gas cylinders or gasoline, we do remove it. And we have also, continue to exercise our independent authority under the Fire Protection and Prevention Act and issue orders and initiate enforcement actions when the fire safety risks, warrant that. So it really is a collaborative approach that we've taken interdivisionally while still maintaining our ability to independently enforce to make sure that we protect not only the occupants of these encampments, but also the first responders that get called to some quite often dangerous incidents.
Thank you so much for that good work, Chief. I'll leave it there, Madam Chair. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Are there any other questions on fire services? Seeing none virtually, then we are going to move on to another responder. Thank you, Chief Jessup.
Thank you, Chair.
Okay, Chief Challa. I'm going on to paramedics. Okay. Now, questions on paramedic services. Councillor Moyes, Councillor Chang, and then we'll come out to our virtual attendees. How would we handle it that way? Okay, Councillor Moyes.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I have a few questions. So paramedic services is planning to respond to over 800 more drug toxicity-related requests in 2026 over 2025. What has been the impact of these requests since several supervised consumption services were forced by the province to close in March of 2025?
Councillor, sorry, I caught the first part. I just didn't catch the second part. Sorry.
Yeah, these mics are sensitive, but you have to be still in front of them to be heard consistently.
Fair enough. Can you restart my time? I'll just start the question again.
Okay, just this once.
Okay.
Yeah, if you want to rephrase the question.
Paramedic Services is planning to respond to over 800 more drug toxicity-related requests in 2026 over 2025. What has been the impact of these requests since several supervised consumption sites have closed since March of 2025?
Chair, we have not, for 2025, we did not see a significant impact from the following, rather, the closure of the safe consumption sites. In fact, our drug toxicity, our opioid incidents in 2025 were actually less than they were in 2026. There's been a slight uptick. There was a slight uptick in October, but we don't have any data beyond that, simply because the data hasn't been yet validated.
Okay. So of the projected 22,000 calls for mental health services, does staff track those that are repeat calls from the same individual?
Councillor, we will track those if they are reported to us from our frontline staff. Quite often, yes, we do get repeat calls to certain residences, and where it's identified by the responding paramedics that this is a repeat caller, those paramedics can refer those to our community paramedicine unit, who can then follow up with either some remote monitoring or remote sort of education, or actually conduct a home visit if necessary.
Okay. And what are the primary drivers in the projected 2% to 5% annual increase in service demand that is leading to the hiring of 94 new full-time employees?
Councillor, the biggest driver is the growing and aging population. That's really the big one. In addition, there are a number of other factors, such as increasing homelessness, long-term care wait lists. There are lack of access to primary care in the community. So those are some of the other things that are sort of in the environment that are driving that demand, and as is spelled out in our notes, we're forecasting a 2 to 5% annual increase on average in our call demand because of those factors.
So like the fire service, are you seeing a number of your employees that are taking WSIB leave or injuries as a result of some of the calls?
Councillor, yeah, WSIB continues to be a challenge for us. Yes, we are seeing a pretty consistent incidence of WSIB absences as a result of psychological stressors. As you know, and as our colleagues in fire are also dealing with this. There was presumptive legislation that was enacted in 2016 that presumed that work-related absences were as a result, or that absences were a result of work-related incidents.
Okay. And one final question. You mentioned in hospital wait times being one of your most significant challenges. What shifts needs to take place in order to free up ambulance availability?
Councillor, I think that the biggest thing is for us to continue to work with our hospital partners to help them, to work with them to help them improve the flow through their hospitals. We have 13 different hospitals across the city. Each of them has slightly different processes in terms of how they move patients through their facilities, and some do better than others. And so we need to keep working with them to make improvements. And we have seen marginal improvements over the last couple of years. We're still not where we need to be. We're still a little bit higher than we were pre-pandemic. I would also say that we need to continue receiving support from the provincial government. The province has been actually quite supportive in funding dedicated nurses that are stationed in hospitals to help expedite offload of patients, and that has continued, and we're very happy with that. So those things, along with a number of other measures that we are doing operationally, internally to free up ambulances from hospitals, is continuing, and we'll continue to do that going forward.
Great. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Morris. Councillor Chang.
Thank you, through the chair. With regard to the response times on this graph on page 3, is there differentiation of priorities of level 1, or do we have level 1 to other levels, or is this just an average of all kinds of calls?
What you see on, Chair, what you see on page 3 is for the highest priority calls. So sort of the highest priority, high acuity, life-threatening, those calls.
And that's a 14.5 minute response time for 2025, is that correct?
That's correct, yeah.
And in terms of the handoff that you spoke about, and the nurses helping with that handoff, but even with the current support, we're still spending 60% of service time in the hospital. What percentage of that 60% would just still have to happen, even if the hospital could take the patient right away? There's still a paperwork process that does take some time. Is it 50%, 30%? How much extra time are we spending in a hospital because of the delay in that handoff?
Councillor, I don't have that number in front of me. You're right. You're absolutely right. There is time that paramedics require following the handoff, involving paperwork, like you said, vehicle cleaning, equipment, those sort of things. So that does take up time as well, but that's necessary time that paramedics need in order to be fully ready and prepared to respond to the next call.
So I think what I'm trying to understand is, do we need more of that capacity of nurses in our hospitals being able to take that handoff? Because 60% in the hospital is quite high. We envision, we imagine that we would want our paramedics to be out in their vehicles servicing priority 1 calls. And so, are we in talks with the province for increased funding in order to facilitate that handoff?
Councillor, the short answer is yes. We continue to be in those talks, and we continue to advocate for increased funding. And I would also add that the province has been extremely supportive when it comes to funding of those positions. The funding has increased a number of times over the last few years and has really doubled that of what it was even 2 or 3 years ago. So they have been supportive, and now it's up to us to continue to work with hospitals to encourage them to look at their internal processes, their patient flow, to make improvements in that area and to really utilize that funding to the fullest.
And does the province have a service level that determines their funding level? Do they look at our population?
So I'm kind of
growth?
indulging now because you're
Yes.
outside of our budget and into the Ministry of
We just want
Health.
to make sure that we have the adequate
Yeah.
funding from the province, and just wondering, does it get pegged to anything in terms of what's happening in our city in terms of population and call volume?
Right, Councillor, no, the answer is no. The provincial funding for our land ambulance service is not determined by population size, service level standard, or any formal needs-based formula. It's a 50-50 funding formula, and that's for approved operating costs for land ambulance services. But it's not tied necessarily to population growth or any particular needs or service levels.
And my last question, as drug toxicity increases, mental health requests increase, what is the financial impact or our capacity impact in dealing with level 1 priority calls like heart attacks? I think people are concerned when they have to wait 14 minutes in an emergency, and 14 minutes, I think, exceeds the time that a life can be saved if you are having a heart attack.
So in terms of adding capacity, that's the reason we came forward with a multi-year staffing plan. We recognize that the need is there. We need capacity on the streets for sure. There's the point that you've mentioned, obviously, the people that are waiting for our help. And there's also the strain that it places on our staff on the front line and what they need to go through. They work very hard, and having that extra capacity will certainly help them. As I spelled out at committee last year, the multi-year staffing plan, we project by the end of the plan will increase ambulance availability by up to 20%, which will absolutely have a direct impact on our responsiveness.
Great, that's great to hear. Thank you very much, Chief.
Okay, I'm going to go to the members who are with us virtually. I'll start with visitors. Councillor Sachs, Councillor Chernos, Lynn's camera's off, and Councillor Crisanti, I'm assuming. Deputy Mayor Morley? Deputy Mayor, go ahead.
There, just one quick question for me, and it does pull on the mental health related increased calls. We note the 23% increase since 2019, as well as ongoing work with the Toronto Community Crisis Service. Chief, I wonder if you could share with us how paramedics are working with the service specifically, whether there are dedicated resources within the budget, or if paramedics are attending each call on a case-by-case basis. Can you help to share some color in terms of how that relationship is working with the TCCS service around mental health calls?
Chair, and to you, Councillor, that relationship is working very well. And I'm very happy to say we've been working very well with the team, not only on the front lines, but also in the background to try and expand the program. As you probably know, we are working with TCCS and social development on integrating the dispatch function within Toronto Paramedic Services. So it'll be a very integrated function. That process is currently underway. I believe the rollout of that function will happen later this year, and we are also directly referring certain calls that meet the criteria for TCCS directly from our dispatch center to the TCCS sort of call takers, if you will. And in 2025, we made over 700 of those referrals already. So that's very promising. There's still a long ways to go, for sure. But to answer your question directly, yes, the relationship is excellent. And we're making very good progress on integration of the dispatching function.
Great. And so are there dedicated resources to that end in the budget before us for 26?
Yeah, in our base budget for 2026, there are 18 positions that are allocated for that rollout, as I mentioned, and I believe those are funded by social development.
Fantastic. Thanks so much, Chief. That's all from me, Madam Chair.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Perks, any questions for paramedic services? Seeing none, I think we are through paramedic services. Then we have Toronto Shelter and Support Services. I'm sure there are no questions on this one. We'll flip it and we'll start with our virtual participants this time. So we have Shelter and Support Services on tap. Councillor Sachs, did you have any questions? No. Deputy Mayor Morley. Yes, go ahead.
I will try to pare down the volume of questions that I have, Madam Chair, but follow with great interest. So good morning. The 2026 budget has continued pressure on the shelter system, as we know, but overall demand is showing signs of stabilization compared to peak years. It's still not where we want it, and some indicators improved in 25. The system's still operating at a very high utilization. So I'm wondering around refugee claimants. We know there has been some movement with other orders of government in terms of the funding for that program. Can you highlight what we anticipate in 26 to receive in terms of support from other orders of government specific to our work with refugee claimants in the shelter system?
So to you, Chair, thank you for the question. So we are pleased to say that we've reached an agreement with the federal government with respect to funding for costs incurred to support refugee claimants to the tune of 95% of those costs incurred. So for 2026, we anticipate that we will be receiving $97 million for those costs.
Wonderful. We know also that, thank you for that, Gord. We know also encampment-related pressures have eased relative to earlier years with outreach and housing placements contributing to fewer people living outdoors, but the issue hasn't disappeared. What dedicated resources are we seeing in this budget for our Streets to Homes work and others to get more people into the system and off the street?
So thanks for that question. We are, with this budget, investing, over $30 million to support both our Streets to Homes program, but also our encampment office. And through investments made in the 2025 budget to the encampment office, we now have 33 full-time staff that are out on the street, intervening early with people who are setting up or creating encampments, and also those that have been outside for a while. And it's making an incredible difference, as you say. So we've had a drop of about 57% in the number of total encampments in the city from December 24 to December 25. And we'll be continuing that work throughout the year in 2026.
Thank you. We're really proud of that great work. How much of the shelter operating budget is dependent on time limited or one-time federal funding? And what is the city's exposure if that funding is reduced or not renewed in future years?
So to you, Chair, the funding for 2026 and the budget before you has the federal government contributing 17%, the province 36%, and the city up at 47%. With respect to first federal funding, of course, the lion's share of that is coming to support the refugee response, and that funding will likely go down throughout 26 as we see demand continue to abate with that group and population. We receive Reaching Home dollars through the federal government, and that has been fairly consistent. And we hope to see that continue or increase. With respect to the provincial government, it's been very supportive of the city with respect to the New Deal funding, $200 million per year. 2026 will be the last year of that funding, and so intergovernmental conversations underway to support that. We did lose one-time funding to support our encampment response that will be ending in March of this year. So yeah, that's the question for the shelter budget, isn't it? Is the consistent investment from other levels of government to ensure that we can continue with the momentum that we've been able to achieve over the course of 2025.
That actually leads me into my last question, which is how does this uncertainty in federal funding affect, and provincial funding as well, affect our long-term planning, particularly as capital projects come online? We know we have our homelessness strategy and are generating new operating pressures.
So to you, Chair, the long-term capital plan for the shelter budget, we hope will continue to reduce operating costs as we leave shelter hotel programs. Once that program is fully implemented, that's 20 new shelters. Over 10 years, we anticipate a $50 million savings to the net operating budget of the city. Our success really does depend on shelter flow and the number of people continuing to move out of the shelter system and into permanent housing. So while this budget is important, we need to continue to drive down our costs so increased investment can happen on both the prevention side and in the long-term solution to homelessness, which is permanent, affordable, and supportive housing.
Thanks so much for your leadership and great work. Madam Chair, that's all for me.
Thank you. I already asked Councillor Sachs. I think Councillor Burks, did you have questions in shelter and support services? So we'll bring it in. Councillor Moyes.
Thank you. Most of my questions have been answered, so just one question here. In November of 2025, City Council amended the encampment protocol to prioritize removal of within 50 meters of schools and childcare facilities. What is the resulting operational impacts on TSSS?
So to you, Chair, the direction from Council on that motion had us reprioritize the number or the work that was happening in the community. I can report that since that time, we've removed 48 or resolved 48 encampments that were within 50 meters of those children's amenities. And currently, I think we have one within 50 meters. Now, that will ebb and flow over time. But, through a reprioritization of our outreach and connection with people outside, that's currently the result of our work.
So I think you mentioned you have 33 FTs on the encampment file. And in the winter months, yes, the numbers, people go indoors and, it rises again in the spring and summer. So how are you going to mitigate for that increase when the time comes?
So to you, Chair, I think it's important to say that, where we started this spring was in a much better place than we started the spring before. So having more resources dedicated, I'd say eyes and ears out on the street, intervening early and preventing encampments from being established in the first place is really...
Did your microphone, I think your microphone just went off.
I'm still on green. You let me know. You can hear me?
Wonder if they can still hear you. Your volume just sort of slipped down a little bit. We could just check that in AV. That's good.
So it's really that preventative work as we approach the spring, and having these additional staffing resources on the street throughout a 24-hour clock, continuing to offer options for shelter and support to access permanent housing is really the goal and the focus that we'll have in place for this spring.
Okay, thank you. Those are my questions.
Thank you. Councillor Chang.
Thank you. Through the chair, with a decrease in the number of refugees in our refugee system, is it possible that we can further decrease the number of people turned away from shelters when they call 211 with the added capacity? Is there a chance that we could reach 0 people being turned away when they call 211?
So thanks for that question. To you, Chair, we've seen the number of unmatched individuals drop significantly over the course of the last year. So the average with respect to unmet demand at central intake dropped 40% over the course of 2025. The average in 2025 was 119 people per day. The average in December was 34, and I can tell you that we got down to 2 people, I think, on December the 27th. Will we always have the right bed for matching with an individual's needs? That may not be possible, but this is one of the channels which we monitor demand and do our best to meet those folks that are calling us daily.
So this budget projects that to further increase our capacity, and some of the challenges is just in matching the right person to the right shelter bed. Is that correct?
So to the chair, that's part of the issue. Maybe the other piece of your question is, though, as the demand for refugee claimants subsides and people leave the base shelter system, those beds are therefore available for other people who are experiencing local homelessness. So we expect over the course of 2025 to be able to use that as an opportunity again to get more people into the shelter system that are living outside and to match those people that are calling us through central intake.
That's great to hear. There is mention in this report of stabilizing our refugee 1,000 space capacity. Are these within our base shelter system, or are we going to be funding external operators, including the faith-based operators that do such a great job in our city?
So to you, Chair, I'm proud of the work our refugee response team has led over the course of 2025. They've opened up 230 spaces that are uniquely created to support the needs of refugee claimants, and they're all operated by nonprofit external partners from the city. It is our goal to get to 1,000 people who are refugee claimants in our system by the end of this year, and 90% of that group, I would say, will be supported in refugee-specific programs operated by experienced nonprofit refugee providers.
That's wonderful to hear. There is $8.8 million here to fund encampment response activities across divisions. I'm wondering, how many divisions does this include?
So to you, Chair, good question, and it's a whole host of different divisions within the Community Emergency Services group. That would include Toronto Fire, and groups outside, including MLS, Parks Forestry, or Parks and Recreation. We've got money that goes into solid waste. We've got money with transportation, and beyond. So, really you're looking at a cross-city response to this issue, and, very great and good partnerships that have been created and are ongoing.
Really is an all-of-city response.
That's right.
And my last question, or second last question, the plan to build 20 new shelters in the next 10 years, we launched 6 projects last year. Are the 2 additional sites funded under the new projects at $209 million included in that 10-year plan, or is that a separate stream?
So the capital budget this year moved another almost $210 million into our 10-year capital budget, and that total, in addition to what we moved in previous years, will support 13 of the shelters of the 20 that we have in our 10-year capital plan. So not only the acquisitions that have happened already, now the design and construction of those projects in flight, including the one in your ward. And so with the total amount of money now in our 10-year capital plan, we could achieve 13 of the 20.
That's great progress. And my last question, what is the trajectory in terms of numbers of people entering homelessness? We have here a chart that I think it has 6,500 entries projected for 2025. Do we have any estimates in 2026? Is that a stable number or trend that we see? And in terms of chronic homelessness, the 7,000, is that are those people that typically are taking up the 9,000 spots in our base shelter system?
So to you, Chair, on both fronts, I'd say the number of brand new callers to central intake has dropped significantly for refugee claimants, as I've mentioned, but also for local individuals that might be at risk or experiencing homelessness. And we will continue to monitor that month by month as we go forward. In terms of the number of folks who are chronically homeless, we've seen that drop from 2024 at about 78%. It's now down to 70%. And I think that's really the work of the shelter division this year, is to continue to work with our shelter providers to move people more quickly through the system. And council did assist us with support of some operational measures in December, which we'll be implementing across the board to support people to move more quickly through the system and thus make more space available for other people in need.
Great work and a lot of great news. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Are there any other members with questions? Okay, I'll start the clock for myself. So I just want to go back to the funding, Mr. Tanner, because I'm anticipating as we get into our public consultations, I've already heard it from some people in social media. Why reduce by 100 plus millions? Why not just keep it and keep going and going? The money that's being reduced out of the budget, in a way, it's not really ours to keep. It was ours on the basis of a service agreement, and it gets clawed back when we reduce the numbers. I'm simplifying it, but that's basically what happens, isn't it?
That's correct. The revenue, drop in our budget, and thus our reduction in spending specifically relates to the funding from the federal government to support refugee claimants. And in fact, the city's contribution in this budget to the shelter division increases by 15 million, or by about 7%.
That's 50 million.
15, I'm sorry.
15, 15. Okay. That's where I was going with this, because the CFO would be sad if I didn't. So the city's contribution is going up, but when we don't have the clients and the facilities that the other orders of government are funding, they have the right to claw back their funds if we reduce the complement. And that's something we have to keep in mind. On the capacity to build the new shelters, do you have the additional resources to do the engagement that gets those embedded in communities and successfully so?
To you, Chair, yes. As part of the capital budget, those costs are included to support a broad and intensive community engagement approach. And throughout 2025, we actually seconded additional staff from across the city to support us in that work, to have, again, an all-of-city approach to some of these conversations with community.
And again, that's engagement at the level of, we still are doing site selection on the basis of what is available to us. The engagement is, how do we make it successful in that neighborhood, not yay or nay to this neighborhood. So that's the program we're going to be, which is more labor intensive, but we're going to be able to continue with that according to these resources.
That's correct.
Fantastic. Okay, those are my only questions. So I have good news and good news for you. The good news is we're done this cluster, and it's an all-important one, so thank you, councillors, and thank you for getting in to be able to do it. And the second one is that means we're going to have an extra long lunch hour, because what we have left are a couple of agencies, neither of whom are available before 1:30. So we have Toronto Transit Commission and Toronto Police Service and its various budgets after lunch, but I hope they're listening, because I'm going to be telling them what I'll be telling you. Because we're going to recess early, I'm hoping we can start at 1:30 sharp. So thank you all, and thank you, Ms. Basil, to your cluster. Thank you so much. Okay, see you at 1:30. Thank you. So should I be calling for order, or are we waiting for the TTCC? Are we waiting for the CEO? I know. Oh, okay. Alrighty then. So councillors, I'm going to call us back to order, and for visiting members of Budget Committee or listening members of Budget Committee, we just have the two biggies. We're going to be dealing with the Toronto Transit Commission first, and then we will go to the police budgets, which is police services, parking tag operations, the police services board. And am I missing one? I think that's it. I think that's it. All right. So I think we're having a presentation on the agencies. So I'm going to give you the floor and you can proceed with the presentation. Thank you.
All right. Good afternoon, yourself, Chair, members of the committee and visiting councillors. I am pleased to present our board-approved 2026 operating budget and capital plan. And we'll jump right into the presentation. Oh, yeah, just give it a few seconds here. Sorry, some technical difficulties here. It's okay. All right, next slide. Thank you. So just quickly going through what we deliver here. TTC provides safe, reliable, accessible transit that keeps Toronto moving. As you can see, our numbers right in front on the screen here. Don't want to go through every single one of them, but you can see the TTC conventional service, our Wheel-Trans service, and our service offering of 24 hours per day, 7 days per week. And the numbers are self-explanatory there as well. So next slide. So the 2026 operating budget maintains affordability, reliability, accessibility for our customers while supporting system growth and modernization. Keeps transit affordable. For the third consecutive year, fares are frozen, an important step to keep transit accessible for riders despite inflationary pressures. We're also introducing fare capping, which reduces costs for frequent riders by limiting monthly fares after 47 trips. These measures ensure affordability and encourage ridership. Maintain service levels. The budget sustains prior year service improvements, increased service hours by 2%, and delivers world-class service during major events like FIFA World Cup, which we're all excited about. These efforts aim to achieve 424 million revenue rides in 2026. The operations of Line 5 and 6, 2026, will be the first full year of service for Line 5, Eglinton, and Line 6 Finch West, expanding the TTC network and improving connectivity across the city. Focus on state of good repair. The budget prioritizes investments to keep the system safe and reliable, addressing aging infrastructure and vehicles throughout targeted state of good repair projects. We're advancing capacity projects and modernization. We continue to move forward with major initiatives, including technology upgrades, capacity enhancements to improve efficiency and customer experience. Supports climate action and resiliency. The budget also supports climate action by advancing projects that reduce emissions and improve the system resiliency, including energy efficient systems and infrastructure upgrades to withstand extreme weather. Next slide. This slide provides a summary of our 2026 operating budget and our 2026 and 2035 capital budget and plan. Just very quickly, I'll run through the numbers. For 2026, the gross operating budget is just over $3 billion, an increase of $170 million, 6% over 2025. To help offset this, the net budget rises by $94 million, 6.8%, bringing it nearly $1.5 billion. On the capital side, the 2026 capital budget is $1.6 billion, and the 10-year capital plan totals $16.7 billion. Now, let's look at the major challenges and risks we face in the year ahead. These are critical considerations that influence both our operating and capital planning. Ridership growth. Ridership has stabilized after the post-pandemic recovery, but growth remains slow and closely tied to economic conditions. When GDP and employment soften, we see the immediate impact on fare revenue. This means our financial outlook is highly sensitive to broader economic trends, and we need to plan conservatively. Based on our actual experience in 2025, we reduced our ridership estimates for 2026 compared to what was assumed in the 2025 budget. This adjustment reflects slower growth than anticipated and reinforces the need for conservative forecasting. Service reliability. Reliability continues to be a challenge due to congestion, evolving travel patterns, operational issues. To address these pressures, we added 2% additional service hours for conventional service in 2026. This increase is targeted at mitigating congestions and improving consistency, even though overall service growth and enhancement remains constrained by budget limits. Fare compliance. While we've made progress with the fare compliance strategy, fare evasion still represents a significant revenue risk. Every percentage point of non-payment translates into millions of dollars lost annually. Continued investment in enforcement, technology, and education is critical to protect revenue and ensure fairness for paying customers. Again, aging assets and SOGR backlog. Our vehicles and infrastructure are aging, and the state of good repair backlog continues to grow. This creates reliability risks and increases maintenance costs. The 2026 capital budget and the 10-year plan prioritize SOGR investments and add funding to address the backlog, but the scale of need remains significant. Without sustained investment, we risk more frequent breakdowns and service interruptions. Finally, the funding availability. Funding remains a structural challenge. We need a long-term funding strategy to close the gap between operational needs and capital requirements. Short-term fixes are not enough. Stable, predictable funding is essential to maintain service levels. Invest in modernization.
Madam Chair, we've lost sound online.
Test.
This is Sandra from City Clerks. I'm remote, just testing the audio.
Yes, I hear you, Sandra.
Okay, we can't hear the room still. They're aware. I've sent them a chat message as well.
Thanks, Sandra.
Thank you.
We're working on it.
Thank you.
Wait.
Yeah, they keep kind of turning on and off.
Yes, but it's only like where we can only activate the phone that is in the booth. Right now, some microphones do activate from my touch panel, some don't. I'm trying to see that some when I activate them from the touch panel, they don't change or correlate. It's only our microphone from the
Good afternoon, everyone, or if anyone can hear me. It's a very quiet meeting. Are we still having trouble? I hear you sounding, Amber.
Yeah,
I
we're
hear
still
you, I see you.
we're waiting, Councillor Crescenti. The clerks and AV staff are working to troubleshoot some microphone issues in the room. So we are all waiting, bated breath to continue.
Well, the microphone issues are working well between you and I, so I don't know.
Loud and clear. I gotcha. Hopefully they'll be back online any minute. But yeah, we're just practicing our patience over here.
All right, no worries.
When you physically input? Nothing yet.
Yeah, I have
Okay, I'm getting a thumbs up. Councillor Perks, you want to give us a thumbs up on screen if we're back? He still can't hear us. Oh, I'm getting it now. Okay, I got a thumbs up from Deputy Mayor Morley. I'm taking it. Okay, so again, thank you all. Very sorry for the delay. Here we are in the council chamber now, which means I'm a long way away from the city manager and CFO. We can't hang out anymore, but that's okay. The TTC has made an offer to forego their presentation. We do have the presentation up on line. It's on Timis. Our members have it on paper. And you all have the analyst notes, of course. And so in the interest of time, what we're going to do is go straight to questions of the TTC staff. They're all here. And of course, we have the chair of the TTC on our committee. So he may, through sign language, be directing some of the answers. So as we proceed, I'm just going to remind people that the TTC is an expansive budget, albeit, but I want the questions to be about the budget proposal that is before us. We certainly don't have time after that 1 hour delay to get into how does the whole TTC actually work. It's what is in the proposal today. Those would be the questions that they're more than ready to answer today. They're very much prepared for that. Okay, so I'm going to open it. I should check to see who all have I got virtually, because they're not on my screen, as is usually the case for the speaker. Is there any way I can get them on this screen, or I could just, if we could turn one of these TV monitors just a little bit so that I could see it, then I can keep an eye on their hands there. Just tip it a little this way. Rather than delay another 20 minutes, that will help me. Okay, while I get used to that, I'm going to start internally, but I'll keep an eye on you guys for hands, and I'll start a speakers list. Councillor Moyes, why don't you kick us off?
Sure, I'll do that. So the TTC seems to have been focused on fare enforcement and not enough on customer service and cleanliness. Does your budget make investments to address these key factors?
Yes, it does. Through the Madam Chair, yes, it does, through the pilot initiatives we have going currently.
That's it? Okay.
The cleanliness pilot.
Yes.
The cleanliness pilot and the bunching and gapping pilots all are addressing your question.
And through the chair, if I could just add, so there's significant dollars invested in both customer service enhancements, adding new digital screens at bus stops and beyond stations, improving that part of the customer experience. And while we still will focus on fare enforcement, we're making sure that that's done in an equitable and systematic way. But we still have a lot of investments both in customer experience and, as the CFO mentioned, expanding the station cleanliness pilot. We did 6 stations in 2025, and that was well received. We're extending that to another 6 stations on top of the general upkeep and maintenance of the system in general.
Okay, thank you. So in regards to capital, can you maybe list or identify out of this $37.3 billion in funded needs, what needs to be done? What is not funded in regards to the capital?
So through the chair, there's a number of different programs and projects that reside within the unfunded needs. So there's about 13 billion in state of good repair programs to upkeep the system. It's also health and safety and legislative needs in there, things like subway track replacement, signal systems. We also have a number of fleet replacement needs in that 37 billion. And then beyond that, we have some of our capacity enhancement programs on line 1 and line 2 that a large portion of those programs are unfunded.
Okay, thank you. I'll stop there for now.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Chang, you had questions?
Yes, I do. Thank you. Through the chair. Is there any budget here to make North York Centre Station accessible? It is.
Through the chair, yes, there is. And so North York Center Station will be one of the accessible stations. We're right now at 61 of 70. We have, oh, sorry, it already is, I'm being told. So North York Center already is. That's
No,
gonna be
I'm
61
sorry.
of
So
70.
the access to the station relies on buildings that are not owned by the TTC. So my question is, do we partner with those companies in order to get that access? Because right now people still need to go downstairs in order to get to the station.
Yeah, through Madam Chair. So we do have interest connection agreements covering elevator signage operating hours. So at the moment, 4 stations were made accessible in 2025, and I think we're having another 7 more in 2026 coming.
So is North York Center one of those?
Yes, it is, yeah.
Okay, great. Is there any funding to add bathrooms to existing or future stations?
Through the chair, there will be, obviously with the coming line 5 and line 6 coming on board, there will be more bathrooms on the system, but there isn't capital funding in this budget to add bathrooms to legacy stations.
And how about platform edge doors? Any budget allocation to exploration or actual installation of platform edge doors?
So through the chair, there is a small amount of funding remaining to finalize the pilot study that's underway. Staff are working on that. I expect that to come back to our strategic planning committee at some point this year.
Right. In Asia, including Korea and Taiwan, we see transit developing underground real estate assets that are monetized that help contribute to sustainability. Is there any budget this year that will explore avenues for non-fare revenue that could include the development of real estate that's within the TTC?
Through the chair, there is a new position going to be created that is going to be dedicated for non-fare revenue this coming year. The board recently approved a non-fare revenue strategy that looks at, in one in particular case, or tactic in enhancing and improving, increasing the amount of retail within the system. And so while that may take different shapes and forms, it may not all be new brick and mortar. Some of it may be pop-up activations, things like that. There is a plan to have enhance our retail presence and footprint across the system.
Right. For streetcars and bus, our goal is to achieve 90% on time. 2025 was projected to be 61% and 76% for streetcar and bus respectively. And I'm wondering, what are the key obstacles that prevent us from reaching our target?
Through Madam Chair, I'll start and then I'll have Josh or Lawrence. So on the bus side, a lot of it's related to construction or congestion or major roads, unpredictable travel times, and obviously with the streetcar, downtown congestions or diversions for construction. There's, obviously the parking on both sides. Cafe TO had an impact, and bike lanes obviously also impact our movement as well.
To the chair, I'll just add that while we recognize increasingly as our city becomes more congested, it's difficult for vehicles to operate in mixed traffic. Some of the things we're doing this year is with funding both from the TTC board and city council is the implementation of more rapid TO lanes. So we're going to be seeing that on Bathurst and Dufferin. There have been other measures moved on other high volume routes at key points to kind of make sure that traffic is moving. And so that's obviously an ongoing effort. And on top of it, we're going to continue with our work on bunching and gapping, where we've piloted and focused on specific routes so that we can see what the root cause analysis of some of that is and start to tackle that, whether it be performance, vehicles, the operating environment. And so working through those on St. Clair, Bathurst, and Dufferin, and looking to expand beyond.
And my last question, what are our goals in terms of reducing fare evasion for 2026? And what kind of cost recovery for fare evasion prevention measures are we projecting?
Through the chair, in 2025, we had a target of $12 million. We exceeded that target and got over $15 million. And so in 2026, we're formulating that new target now, in part because we've introduced quite a few new tactics that are giving us good results, but we want to give a number to it. And those things, I'll just give you a few examples. So in 2025, we closed all the free entry gates at subway stations. That had an immediate effect and improved compliance. On streetcar, we've introduced plain clothes fare inspectors, and that's had a good effect. And then on bus, what we've introduced is offboarding, and you would know that, Councillor, seeing at Finch quite a bit because we focus quite a lot there because so many bus routes arrive there, so that when someone is getting off their bus, they're getting inspected. And what we've seen there at the stations we've tried is that, of course, our inspection rates go up, which would be assumed, but we're seeing better tap rates on those buses out in the field before they arrive at the station. So as we get better data on those new initiatives, then we'll round out that target number for 2026. But we're pleased that our initiatives had us far exceed our 2025 target.
Great, thank you.
Thank you.
Okay. Thank you, Councillor Chang. So that gave me some time to organize things. I'm assuming that there are lots of questions. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to take one more from in the chamber here from Councillor Sachs, and then I'm going to go out to the virtual participants, and the order I'm contemplating is Councillor Crisanti, Councillor Chernos-Lynn, if she's still there, then Deputy Mayor Morley, Councillor Perks if he has any questions, and then we'll come back into the chamber. So Councillor Sachs, any questions? No questions? Okay. Councillor Crisanti, questions of the budget.
Sorry, just needed to, yes, I do, Chair.
There you go. Okay, go ahead.
Yes, thank you. So my focus is on the part of the budget that speaks to specifically about fare evasion. Two parts of the fare evasion that I'm reading here are the reduced fare compliance losses of $15 million. And additionally, there's also reduced fare evasion on the crash gates of 2.5%. Is that 2.5% of what number, and is that 2.5% included in the $15 million?
Through the chair, that 2.5% is included in the $15.5 million.
Okay. Now, what is the current fare evasion number then? The net number today? Are we watching that number carefully? I know that about a year and a half ago, it was the $140 million range. What does it look like today?
Through the chair, yes, we watch that number in a variety of ways, and we do that every day. And so we've reduced fare evasion rate from just under 12% to just over 10% over the last year, with many of the tactics I described earlier being effective ways to get that number down. We continue to make that a focus. The $15 million mentioned that in savings would be reducing that $140 million number you mentioned and cited, which was when we did our last full system audit. So we've reduced that by at least $15 million.
So that number was reduced by 50 million. However, does it take into account what it may have gone up, what may have been, it may have increased since you last looked at that number?
Sorry, Chair, I didn't catch that.
Yeah, Councillor Crisanti, we're having trouble hearing that question. If you could maybe lean into the mic and repose it.
So the response I got on the fare evasion was that the $50 million is off of the $140 billion. That is a publicly known number. However, that number has increased since then. Do we know what the current number of fare evasion is and what the net number it looks like today in 2026?
Through the chair, that number has decreased over the last year, and so that number has gone down to what we project is probably at about 111 million. So it's okay. So let's call it. It's gone down from the 140 you cited, Councillor, down to around 120 million. At the same time, you asked about how do we know where we're at? We do spot audits. So this, of course, the big number that's often cited was from a system-wide one-time audit. What we do is on different modes, we do audits during the year to see where we're trending in the right direction. And we'll continue to do that in 2026, which will kind of guide our tactics and also let us know how we're doing and inform a broader audit that will later happen.
All right, thank you. So my last question is around the, this budget includes free transit after police theft or police uses.
Sorry, we're having trouble hearing you again, Councillor Crisante. If you could face your mic quite consistently. Just
Right, I'm not sure what more I could do, but I'll try to. How's this now?
yes, that's much better.
All right, thank you. So my last question is in reference to that this budget includes free transit after 47 taps or 47 uses. How do we arrive at that number? Yeah, how do we arrive at that number? And how many uses more than do we know how many uses there are on average more than 47 times? What would the cost be to the TTC in the difference?
Through the chair, I'll start on the 47. The 47 number was really chosen because it's at what the monthly pass pricing is at right now, so to kind of keep it parallel to that. And it also, just so that the cost wasn't as significant, to start at 47 is really us turning on that technology and starting to get our customers used to a way of payment that is common in most parts of the world. And so that's where the 47 number comes from. And of course, there would be a plan over time if money and budget became available to reduce that tap number, but that's where the 47 number comes from. To make it largely revenue neutral as close to as possible, and it's about the same number that would be used in a monthly pass.
All right, thank you, Chair. I'll leave it at that.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Crisante. Is Councillor Chernos-Lynn back on? Does Councillor Chernos-Lynn have questions?
I'm here, but I don't have questions.
Okay, just checking. Okay, Deputy Mayor Morley.
Thanks, Madam Chair. I got my headset on, so hopefully my audio is clear. I just had two questions for TTC this afternoon. And one is on state of good repair. We've talked a bit about the backlog and some of the unfunded projects. My question is the incremental improvements being made through some of the investments is great, but at what point does the backlog get too big for the system to mitigate the risk, and what dedicated resources do we have in this budget to manage the backlog, state of good repair, and risks associated?
So through the chair, obviously what's in the 15-year capital investment plan is the long-term view of what our overall state of good repair needs are. I think one of the main ways that we're mitigating the risk is recalibrating our capital plans on an annual basis to address some of those key priorities. I think at present we have a fairly consistent spend rate on state of good repair within the first 5 years of the plan, but beyond that is where we may run into some issues. So I don't think we're at necessarily the tipping point currently, if that answers your question, but obviously our needs are significant.
That's helpful, and we'll continue our advocacy with other orders of government. My next question is with regard to coordination with other transit services. We know this weekend, for example, there's extreme weather, and we also have closures on the subway line, as well as with Metrolinx. We've heard that these overlapping closures create challenges, and we know that to be the case. How does the budget account for the coordination of work with other transit providers like Metrolinx? And can you talk to us a bit more about those dedicated resources?
Through Madam Chair, thank you for the question. Yes, so when we are working with a third party, we have third party recoveries. So when it comes to Metrolinx, if we are supporting any of their initiatives, we get reimbursed through recoveries.
And how are we coordinating that work to minimize disruption to transit users?
Through the chair, obviously, as I'm sure the councillor knows, we have enough work that we could be closed every weekend and every night of the year. I think the closure requests, when they first came in, there was for 75 weekends. As we know, there aren't that many weekends in the year. And so what we try to do is to prioritize that to the most essential work and the work that will have an impact on our customers and infrastructure is in most dire state. Part of that prioritization is also working with the City of Toronto, of course, Metrolinx, and that would be whether there's other construction, civic events, things like that. And then at that point, we readjust our closure calendar to remove some of those weekends and nights.
Are there FTEs dedicated to that coordination work?
Sorry, I just didn't hear the question, Madam Chair.
Are there any full-time positions doing that dedicated coordination work?
Through the chair, yes, there are. There's a closures team at the TTC that works incredibly close with the city's transportation and construction team. And so that integration is happening, and we have the dedicated resources.
Great. I'll leave it there. Thanks, Madam Chair.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Perks, did you have any questions? Okay, seeing none, the last name on the list is my own unless Chair Myers has questions. Chair Myers, go ahead.
Thank you. Through you, Chair. Do you have the delta between the number of current TTC customers as versus the pre-pandemic number? How many rides, roughly?
Through the chair, roughly about 100 million.
100 million? And what would that translate into in a dollar figure, roughly?
I would say if you take an average, about 240, so it would be $240 million.
$240 million. So if we had our pre-pandemic ridership, we'd have $240 million more in revenue.
Through the Madam Chair, that's correct.
And the service we are currently offering, does that match the pre-pandemic service?
Through the Madam Chair, it actually exceeds our service level. Yeah.
Exceeds the pre-pandemic. So on the current service we're offering, we could accommodate the additional 100 million rides.
Oh, through the chair, yes, that's correct.
Thank you. What initiatives is TTC taking to attract these additional 100 million rides?
Through the chair.
And where are they funded in the budget?
Fair. Through the chair to the chair. As you know, there was the establishment of a strategic planning committee at the TTC. One of the key parts of that committee was establishing a direction on ridership growth strategy. So that strategy came to that committee, and it will come back again in a more final form in the spring. One of the key things we do know about attracting riders back is investing or making payment as easy as possible. So that's part of the reason why fare capping is a critical investment in this budget to help grow ridership. Another piece is obviously our continued investment in safety and security. And so the dollars that were committed last year will continue to flow and be invested to improve the system safety and also the perception of safety, so that we might draw back some of those lapsed riders who are not at the moment traveling with us. And then another big part of it is investment in improved customer experience. There are dollars in this budget on the capital side for improved wayfinding. We hear that quite a bit from our customers, and so we're looking at piloting enhanced wayfinding at 6 stations, putting in new platform mats at stations, numbering exits, adding more kind of user-friendly digital screens, like I mentioned before. And so the investment in fare capping, obviously continue to keep fares low, improvements and investments on the safety side in this budget, and then on top of it, some of the customer experience enhancements and improvements, we think all will contribute to growing our ridership.
Thank you. One of the major effects on ridership has been the changing travel patterns, i.e. people are not commuting back and forth between their homes and downtown as much. They're mostly now commuting within their communities. And they also have other options, Uber, bike share, those kinds of things. So what are we doing in the budget to look at the new travel patterns and see what we can do to match the service to how people are traveling now post-pandemic?
I'll start, and maybe our head of service planning, Lawrence Louis, can add. So it's doing exactly that through the chair, is matching demand, service to demand. And so that's something we do through our service planning and scheduling rotations every 6 weeks. So we're doing that. But I think you noted that there's shifts in travel patterns. And so with that, we can't assume that those patterns and service levels will remain the same. One thing we're seeing is with this economy and some reduction in manufacturing jobs, that's in particular impacted suburban travel patterns. And so we're actually seeing less longer trips And so while our short trips are recovering, our longer ones on bus, for example, in suburban parts of the city, we're not seeing that yet. And so obviously people need a reason to take transit or to travel at all, but we're digging deeper into where some of that softness is and how we might tailor service to that particular travel pattern.
Thank you. And one of the things that have been noted is that the weekend travel patterns have actually exceeded the pre-pandemic levels. Is that going to be part of any revised strategy in terms of enhancing weekend travel, weekend service, but maybe taking it away from other days that are not as busy, such as Mondays or I think Wednesday's another slow day?
Through the chair, to answer that, yes. So we've seen that spike in weekend. It's actually with people going back to work, we're seeing it drop off a little bit because I think some of those trips that you might not have been able to combine with a work trip were happening on weekends and in evenings. And so as some people come back to work, we're seeing a dip of that. But what we've done through last year's budget and again through this one is continue to invest service levels on the Saturdays, Sundays, and evenings to reflect that demand that we're seeing. So as long as we continue to see that spike in demand on weekends, we have to calibrate service to that. I think though, back to your other question, it requires more work on our part, and we're doing that analysis now to find out why are people traveling, who are the people that are traveling, and how we can best communicate them and tailor service to them.
And is that going to form the ridership growth strategy or the analysis, part of the analysis of the ridership growth strategy that will be coming back to the Strategic Planning Committee?
Through the chair, exactly. That will be an underpinning of that ridership growth strategy to do that work. The thing I would add is, regardless or above and beyond that strategy, we're of the mind that has to become the new normal of how we think and plan and then deliver transit service. And so I think the ridership growth strategy will be a good inflection point to signal that is the new way we'll have to continue planning.
Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you. Hold on a sec, I'll start my clock. And my questions kind of follow on Councillor Meyer's questions. I'm trying to look at a forward way of looking at the budget in terms of where we are, where we're going from now. So I took a look at, what the ridership was, but also what we were funding the TTC prior to COVID beginning, what the fare box ratio was then, which wasn't ideal, all of those things. But I keep coming back to the delta. The budget this year calls for the property tax portion is 1.4 billion. Prior to COVID, it was 610. So the 610 million. So the delta is 790 million. So what we just heard was we could get back every rider from pre-COVID. That would still only bring us 240 million. Wouldn't bring us to 790. So I'm wondering if the TTC is doing any forward budgeting where you look at that delta and figure out how we fill in the rest of that. Is it looking at the fare box ratio and inching it up? We're at industry standard now, and that's a great place to be, except that we can't afford it. So is there a look at that delta and what makes it up? Is it fare evasion plus inflation plus the ridership gap? How do we fill it? So I think if we look at that, we have an answer as to what we need from the province. So are we looking at it in a pro forma approach?
So through you, Madam Chair, from a service perspective, the delta is really created by the fact that there's been a lot less commuter travel. Our peak period service was far more cost effective in 2019 than it is today. So if you consider that we've lost a significant chunk of our peak period ridership, where we have more people per vehicle and more revenue per vehicle operated versus right now, especially with the previous question about travel patterns in the off-peak, we've invested a lot in off-peak service to make that more comfortable, but that is less cost effective. So a big part of that delta is actually from that change in travel pattern. So through the work that we're doing in the ridership growth strategy, reviewing our service standards to better align our current travel pattern to the revenue that we receive, and that is part of the work that we'll be doing in the coming years.
So is the ridership growth strategy trying to get back the 100 million riders and 250 million, or does it have a plan to get back more? Because I get the work, we know the world of work has changed and the ridership has changed. But what does the ridership growth strategy intend to bring us back in terms of riders and revenue? And since it won't get all the way to 790 million, what are some other things that are in your plan?
So through Madam Chair, I'll start and others can join in. So we brought this up at the SPC committee meeting in the fall. We had a shortfall and there was a balancing, as you alluded to, that number. So some of the strategies, obviously expenditure management, business transformation is what we're looking at. Ridership growth, as my colleagues alluded to, and fare compliance strategy. Fare policy review is very important, non-fare revenue strategy, and obviously, intergovernmental support is the biggest one that we need, and that's the biggest number that's as a result of that gap.
Okay, so if we do that work during the course of this year, say we adopt this budget, but then we do that work, where we arrive is what is the real ongoing and sustainable funding conversation we need to have with the province. Because within our 1.4 is the New Deal money in the last year of it. So somewhere we want to get to the sustainable amount, and it's going to be north of what they're giving us this year if we want something to be sustainable. Am I right about that?
Through yourself, yes, that's correct.
Okay. And just a last question on fare evasion. It's great that you're tracking as detailed as you are from the AG's original report to now. We've got a real picture of it. But I'm wondering, because we keep hearing that this is a global challenge since the pandemic, do we have an idea of industry standards so that we're tracking not only improving here, but what's the sector standard? Because I know everyone is tackling the same problem right now.
Through the chair, yeah, we're doing exactly that. Our systems around the world are suffering from this, even in kind of communities where they've never had fare evasion. They're now really experiencing it, especially in those very open systems where they don't have fare gates, they don't have some of the technology. So we're working with our peers, obviously, to learn and steal good ideas. But at the same time, one of the things we've noticed is that there is, and working towards tracking it, not necessarily in a dollar amount, but in terms of evasion rate, so shifting some of that language, because a dollar audit is informative, but that's a point in time audit of your system. And so what we're trying to move to is a more nimble approach that can help us deploy our fare inspectors more effectively, put in resources where they need to be, as opposed to a year at a time or 2 year at a time dollar audit, which doesn't give us that same direction so that we can deploy tactics day to day. So that's the shift we're making, and that's what we're seeing our other systems do. Certainly our US counterparts are going very much to kind of
a ratio sort of reporting, kind of like
Exactly.
the fare box ratio. That's kind of it's a measure we could measure in a ratio form.
Exactly.
Okay, I look forward to that. Okay, those are my questions. Thank you. Are there any more questions on the TTC? Seeing none, thank you very much. Okay. Thank you to the TTC, and especially for waiting, because we brought you here just to wait an hour while we worried about our speaker system. Okay, back on track. I'm going to give a couple of seconds for Toronto Police Service to get in position, and we're moving on to questions of the police service, which will begin with a presentation, because we've ended up, we're back on track time-wise, so we're going to have the presentation on the police service budget. And Mike, our guests are operating their own mics as well, right? Yes. Although I do have a mute button, just so you know. I have Speaker Nunziata's mute button right here. You have mics, but only so far. Okay. Okay, take it away.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair, members of the Budget Committee, and city staff. I'm here today on behalf of the Toronto Police Service Board, alongside Chief Myron Demkew, Mr. Dave McKeag, Director Ian Williams, and other members of the Toronto Police Service. As many of you know, the Police Board is the legislated body entrusted with ensuring the provision of adequate and effective policing for the City of Toronto. Today, we are presenting the budget request that was unanimously approved by the Police Board at its meeting on December 10th, 2025. This proposed budget is designed to ensure adequate and effective policing while advancing community safety and well-being through a comprehensive, strategic, and evidence-based approach. As you will see, we continue to employ a multi-year planning and budgeting framework that recognizes the importance of long-term, sustainable funding commitments necessary to deliver policing services in a complex and growing city. This year, the board also introduced a new approach to public engagement by hosting a dedicated budget committee meeting focused on public input. This forum, which we believe is aligned with the city's approach to participatory budgeting, provided members of the public with an opportunity to come together, share their perspectives, and hear one another's ideas. It created a meaningful space for community consultation, and the feedback we received informed and strengthened this year's budget request. We are sincerely grateful for the public's engagement and participation in this important process. We all share the same priority: creating a safer city which will make a noticeable improvement in people's lives. We're responding to the pressing challenge of maintaining and improving service levels in the context of Toronto's continued growth, both in population and in the complexity of community safety issues. And that is why the Police Board has approved a budget in line with its multi-year hiring plan, which will hire 143 new officers for 2026 and over 500 new officers throughout the duration of the plan. That plan is already yielding results. Encouragingly, this year the service has been able to reduce call response times, along with seeing improvements across several major community safety indicators. In short, 911 wait times are improving, response times are improving, and based on many major crime indicators, crime is down. While there is still more work to be done, these results demonstrate the impact of focused investment and strategic decision-making. We continue on the path of continuous improvement, supporting safer communities through alternative service delivery, call diversion, and strong partnerships across both the city and community centers. At the same time, we fully support the Chief's ongoing efforts to allocate resources with precision, guided by strategic, data-driven deployment and resourcing decisions. I will now turn it over to the Chief of Police, Mr. McKeag and Mr. Williams, to walk you through the service's presentation.
Thank you, Executive Director, and I'd like to start by acknowledging and thanking the Toronto Police Service Board for their support in our budget request this year, and also to acknowledge city staff and the support we've had collectively as a team working together to develop the budget that we put before the Police Service Board. And thank you to everyone here from the Budget Committee. We all share the same priority: the safety of residents and visitors to Toronto, and this is why our budget requests are so important again this year. Building a budget is no small task, and it does require diligence and accountability. And I can assure you that the service looked at the situation thoroughly again this year to prepare the budget. Day in and day out, our Toronto Police members work hard to keep our city safe, and this budget is about giving ourselves as an organization the tools we need to succeed. At the center of this year's budget is our multi-year hiring plan. As agreed, when the multi-year hiring plan was approved, we plan to hire 4 classes of 90 recruits in 2026. We also take into account increases related to collective bargaining agreements and the increasing cost of employee benefits. We have seen many areas of progress in 2025, and we are committed to building on this momentum in the coming year. As you know, we've been able to reduce call response times for priority 1 calls, which are the most dangerous and violent calls we are called to. Our goal is to continue doing everything we can to improve these numbers further. Your continued commitment to the multi-year hiring plan, coupled with the service's strategic, data-driven deployment, will help to improve on this important service metric. Also this past year, community safety indicators were down compared to 2024, including homicides by over 50% and shootings, car theft, and break-and-enters were all down. We have made a record number of arrests, over 52,000 for the year, and seized historic amounts of illegal drugs. We have expanded our neighborhood community officer program, including to add more officers dedicated to the TTC. We have developed a community safety and well-being roadmap with clear pillars and goals. The budget we are presenting today is investing in this ongoing progress. Policing in Toronto is extremely complex. It's a growing city of 3.2 million people. We continue to address gang violence, the proliferation of crime guns, drugs that are increasingly potent, and the growing concern around youth violence. We continue to plan for major events, such as FIFA. Despite community safety indicators improving in 2025, we continue to hear that members of our communities are telling us they don't always feel safe. There are many reasons that can explain this, but for us, one thing is very, very clear. Police presence matters. And it is especially important at a time of heightened geopolitical tensions and polarization, with an increasing number of demonstrations like the ones we saw this past weekend. When we talk about investing in progress, and the progress we've been making, it means continuing to hire police officers and having the capacity for long-term planning while still responding to everyday challenges our city faces. Our members do excellent work with professionalism, skill, and dedication, and they require your support to continue making Toronto the safest place to be. Thank you, and I'll now pass it over to Dave McKeag, who's leading our Corporate Services Command, and the team who will be prepared to take questions.
Thank you, Chief, and good afternoon, Madam Chair, members of the Budget Committee, and City staff. A good financial plan is, of course, built to support the mission, strategy, and operational goals of any organization. So we'd like to take just a few minutes to remind ourselves of the strategic drivers for Toronto Police Service, the Community Safety and Policing Act, the Chief's service goals, and the evolving operational roadmap that we have to deliver community safety and well-being. The CSPA outlines our obligations to provide specific services and to provide overall adequate and effective policing. The services include, at minimum, law enforcement, crime prevention, assistance to victims of crime, emergency response, and maintaining the public peace. The Chief established 3 goals for TPS: improving trust in and within the service, accelerating police reform and professionalization, and supporting safer communities. Our strategy revolves around community safety and well-being. As we continue to rebuild our workforce and respond to the needs of the community, our renewed operational roadmap builds on our successes and will guide our members, ensuring our efforts are co-designed, co-developed, and co-delivered in meaningful ways with the communities we serve. Next. The 6 pillars of this roadmap are important to examine. First of all, partner better to address root causes with the right services responding to the right issues, through consultations and partnerships to co-design, co-develop, and co-deliver services such as with TCCS. To hyper-localize. This means to know and have relationships in the communities we serve to respond more effectively and prevent crime. The NCO program, the Neighborhood Community Officer program, and its continued expansion is the perfect example of this. To use more data, deliberately enhancing collection and integration of actionable intelligence, including supporting responses in real time. A small example of that is the automatic license plate readers. Being precise and focused, discerning new crime trends, and focusing on the most dangerous offenders. This is about breaking the cycles of harm. And a very good example of this would be Project Yankee, which was about the tow truck investigations. Next, to standardize investigations, improving processes and enabling whole-of-service approaches to improve outcomes. And we've seen this in auto thefts, carjackings, and hate crime. And lastly, a healthy TPS, continuing investment in our own officer and civilian professionals' well-being. A better physical and mental health of our members equals and equates to better outcomes in the community. As you'll hear through today's presentation, from these obligations, goals, and strategy, TPS is realizing real dividends for our community, with significant improvements in 911 call times and P1 response times, community safety indicator improvements, as the Chief has mentioned, and ongoing investments in our NCO program. And yet, there remains much to do to keep Toronto the best and safest place to be. I'll now turn it over to Director Ian Williams to walk us through elements of our service areas and outcomes.
Thank you. The aspects of Toronto which make it a unique place to live, work, and visit also drive a lot of the complex policing requirements that the Toronto Police Service delivers. We see shifting and complex crime types, often driven by organized and violent crime activities, which really bring a lot of those elements that capture the service delivery requirements of the organization. We see global events rippling through our communities and driving the need for police service support. As we look at our service areas, which is our next slide, thank you, we are seeing a lot of the intended results of our prioritization. The work that we're putting into response times and a focus on those has been multifaceted. Management, staffing, supervision, and improving the data that we bring to make visible a lot of our efforts and to drive those in areas across the city. Our partnering with agencies such as TCCS, emphasizing online reporting, have helped us to drive a decrease in the calls that are actually coming into the organization and helping to bring a partnership opportunity, allowing us to focus on the highest priority events. We're continuing to focus on the highest risk offenders, and we've seen a number of improvements and emphasis in areas including gun violence, carjackings, home invasions, and through, as we've heard today, our improvements in a lot of the community safety indicators, we're continuing a lot of the results that we've seen. We're investing in neighborhood and community officers, shifting a focus to transit and a lot of effort towards prevention. Our traffic and parking efforts continue as well. Strategies for congestion management and enforcement of traffic-related issues are predominant as well. I'll highlight a few of the metrics around these, which are demonstrative of the efforts we've put in and the prioritization in these areas. We have seen an improvement, as you've heard, in our response times, 13.5 minutes on average for 2025. As I mentioned, making additional referrals to agencies that are best suited to provide community safety and well-being support, allowing us to emphasize those areas for gun violence, gang activities, homicide investigations, all areas that we've seen reductions in that type of violent crime throughout 2025, and continuing the efforts that we've placed. While we've made progress, and notable progress in some of these areas, there is more work to do. Looking at, for example, priority 2 calls, we've seen a response time of approximately 38.4 minutes in 2025. These are also very emergent calls, often involving violence. And so we continue to put emphasis and resources towards addressing those, as well as our priority 1 calls. We're continuing to investigate and address traffic safety issues. We've emphasized enforcement, issuing over 335,000 tickets and 1.4 million parking tags throughout the year. We've also addressed many and continuing demonstrations, largely driven through our Project Resolute efforts. And in 2025, we've had a 25% increase in responding to those. Over 1,600 events that we've attended and supported, providing services all throughout the city. A large driver of the demand for our services is the population of the city. It's been growing for an extended period of time and continues to grow. Concurrent with our staffing, we had a number of years where we had an increase in our Priority 1 response times. And beginning in 2023, shifting into 2024, our efforts from a management perspective, addressing a lot of the resource and focus for our Priority 1 response, we began to see an improvement. And we're continuing to see that improvement. And a large part of what we are looking forward towards is that more work needs to be done in this space, and we are going to continue to emphasize and prioritize these areas. You've heard our community safety indicators having improved in 2025 compared to previous years. That is a notable improvement, and we would like to recognize that, and we are recognizing those improvements last year. We are also very mindful of the long-term trends in relation to those community safety indicators, and the improvements in 2025 are effective and helpful, but we are looking forward at the long-term trends, and we have a few examples looking at fraud and financial crimes increasing year over year for the past decade. Auto thefts continue to increase. Yes, we did see some notable changes in 2022, 2023, and 2024, but the long-term trend is demonstrative of a continually increasing trend, and so more work needs to be done. We are also very mindful of the human cost of these types of events, and so as we look at our work going forward, our investments and our priorities need to remain focused on community safety and well-being. And with that, I will turn it over to Dave McKeag.
Thank you, Ian. So building on what we just heard and what we saw in the long-term trends, speaking about some of the key risks and challenges that the service has, they may be somewhat self-evident as categories, but a few examples under workload and, as mentioned, Project Resolute and the response to so many unplanned events and protests within our city. Investigations are becoming increasingly complex as the volume of digital evidence grows and technology plays a crucial role in that process. And yet review, vetting, redacting, and disclosing this evidence to court under the current legislated timeframes becomes a pressure. People, of course. As we know, we work to replace retirements and grow the service. On average, our service is becoming younger, meaning less experienced. Officers with less than 10 years of experience as a proportion has almost doubled from 20% in 2019 to 37% in 2025. And 10% of our total uniform workforce can retire in 2026, which again is doubled from 21%, and could double to 21% in 2029. In fact, that's more pronounced at the supervisory ranks, where 50% and upwards of 3/4 of senior officers would be eligible to retire. Training requirements are escalating, whereby TPS meets or exceeds the CSPA standard. Processing technology, new investments in our RMS is slated to go live in 2027. This will bring significant process improvements service-wide, also a significant project, and a lot of change management service-wide. And several other legacy core business systems are under review for similar replacement in coming years. The external environment, of course, plays a significant role. Trust in and within the service and seeing Torontonians feel safe are ongoing challenges that take time. Compliance with updated CSPA legislation requires further funding for implementation. And financial. Premium pay is an ongoing area where we do see a structurally underfunded line item, and provincial funding requests that have been made in several areas. So, Our priority actions are, perfect, thank you. Again, just to repeat briefly, trust in and within the service, accelerating reform, and supporting safer communities is the lens that we put on these actions. Expansion in our neighborhood community officer program is a key thing for us to complete. Augmenting supervision for increased accountability and minimizing operational risk. Maintaining internal focus on wellness, development, and training of our people for healthy, diverse, and professionalized workforce. Accelerating reform, some examples there, continuing to develop trusted partnerships and continuously improving the services consultation model. Implementing reform recommendations and driving technology and digital enablement. Under supporting safer communities, cannot overemphasize augmenting our frontline resources to address priority response times. Continuing diversion efforts through partners and technology. Creating more investigative capacity and improving our evidence management and court disclosure compliance. So at last, moving to the numbers and the budget that will support everything that we just talked about. The suspense. So in line with our community safety wellbeing operational roadmap, several key principles guided the development and evolution of this data and evidence informed 2026 budget. Ongoing commitment to adequate and effective policing, ongoing commitment to our TPS goals, sustain the multi-year hiring plan, incorporate collective bargaining agreements, identify necessary resources to effect desired change, and identify areas of opportunity and areas of risk to sustainable services. The resulting 2026 operating budget is a net budget of $1.43 billion, a $93.8 million or 7.0% increase year over year. This revenue and gross, both revenue and gross expenditures include FIFA impacts of $56.3 million, which is therefore net zero within the operating budget. Should you exclude FIFA, just to note, the increase in gross expenditures is more closer to 7.5%. We'll get into some details a little later regarding staffing. However, at a high level, as mentioned, this budget incorporates the multi-year hiring plan, allowing for 143 net new uniform positions, as well as 40 civilian professional positions. This represents about 2.6% growth in uniform staffing and 1.5% in civilian. It should be noted this budget began with some additional pressures, which we've mitigated by ongoing work to drive efficiencies, flatline non-salary expenses wherever possible, and curtail necessary civilian hires for 2026. And capital we'll speak to a little bit later in the presentation. This slide essentially encapsulates the budget. Well, it's a very large and complex organization and complex budget. It simplifies down to this picture. This budget supports the collective bargaining implications, benefit increases, and the multi-year hiring plan. And right there alone, that accounts for $93.2 million and effectively consumes the entire 7% budget increase. Investment in civilian hires of 40, as mentioned, as well as inflation and some small investments have all been absorbed or self-funded for just $0.6 million impact. And that totals $93.8 million. It's pretty much that straightforward and that simple. At this time, I will note we have deferred any right sizing on the premium pay budget line. That budget line can vary, and we are seeing some improvements on it, but it is something that we continue to monitor closely. So overall, that in a nutshell is the 2026 key budget drivers. This slide you will have seen or perhaps remember from prior years, and what it does is it allocates our budget across service areas to get a better feel and understanding of where these investments are going by service. And as you can see, the two largest areas are 911 response and patrol and investigations and victim support, which together account for the majority of the budget, or 76%. And this is consistent with last year's allocation. I'd like to note that everything you see here today is described in much greater detail in both board reports and online, where there is significant transparency. So if you'd like to know more, there are companion information and documents available to help with that. The multi-year hiring plan is the cornerstone of this budget, which is designed for the service to keep pace with the growth of our city. Over the 5-year plan approved last year, 502 net new officers will be added by the end of 2029. Within 2026, 4 classes of 90 for a total of 360 recruits will be hired. Following 6 months of training, the first 2 of those classes will deploy within 2026. Separations, such as retirements, etc., are estimated at 217. So 360 minus 217 gets you the 143 net officers that we expect to be in service by the end of the year. That will total 5,714 officers deployed by the end of 2026. Deployment of the net new officers over the course of 2026 will be as follows. Frontline support and supervision will be 70 officers. Neighborhood community officers will grow by 16 for another 4 communities, those for which specific communities will be determined during the year. Hiring and training, which is a much greater effort required within the service, will receive 17 officers by the end of the year. We will build investigative capacity with an additional 40 officers, and that totals 143. As indicated, this plan is foundational to maintaining service levels. Workforce planning is continuous, and the multi-year hiring plan will be assessed for future years considering all factors, including service demands, operating capacity, and the changing demographics of our deployed officers. If separations rise, for example, we'll need to adjust the plan. Bottom line, this is about staying ahead of the workforce trends so we can continue providing the service that Toronto needs. Civilian professionals are also integral to day-to-day operations, both behind the scenes and on the front lines. Fully 1/3 of our entire workforce is civilian, and of that group, roughly 43% work in frontline roles, such as court officers and 911 call takers. Another 44% of civilians provide operational support like IT technology or fleet mechanics, and just around 1/10 are in corporate functions such as finance, HR, and procurement. Now, as we've added officers and pushed forward with modernization, the demand on these civilian roles has grown significantly. More officers means more cars, more video evidence, more disclosure, and more forensics. All that needs strong civilian support. Or more simply put, more cops, more cars, more mechanics. To address some of these pressures, we've included 40 new civilian positions in the 2026 budget focused on mission-critical needs. These positions are actually back-end loaded in the budget to minimize the impact on 2026. And I should note actually that of the 40 that were approved in this plan, there were requests for over 125 positions. So this was prioritizing for only the most mission-critical needs. Where does the money come from? The lion's share, of course, is from property taxes, with recoveries and reserve draws making up the balance. There are grants, and I will highlight that the recovery section is 3 main drivers within that. Court and security recoveries is $37.8 million. Paid duty revenues flow into that category for another $50 million. And as mentioned already, FIFA is included in this budget at $56.3 million. This is a breakdown of our net operating budget by feature category with year-over-year changes. As a service organization, the most significant part of our budget is staffing-related costs, including salaries, benefits, and premium pay, which account for 91% of the gross budget. The remaining 9% is for day-to-day operating costs and contributions to our reserves, external services, and equipment. We discussed earlier that 2 major drivers of the overall budget increase are salaries and the impact of collective bargaining, along with some pressures for inflationary impacts and benefits and non-salary costs that have been offset with other reductions. And again, note that FIFA expenditures are included in the budget. So that would conclude the operating budget, and in the interest of time, I'll just quickly touch on the capital budget. The overview of this budget is $150.3 million. 74% of the funding is provided from debt, 15% from reserves, and 11% from development charges. For the 10-year capital plan, including the 2025 carry forward, $1.3 billion, just under $1.3 billion. The next slide actually shows some of the projects, and it will help to illustrate where some of the spending is going. Our 10-year capital program is categorized into 3 key areas: stated goods repair, service improvements, and legislated requirements. Stated goods repair represents the largest portion at almost 60% of total expenditures and covers essential life cycle replacement projects and facility-related maintenance. Service improvements make up about 41% of the budget, including major initiatives such as construction or full replacement of facilities, implementation of record management system, and acquisition of net new additional equipment and vehicles to support the multi-year hiring plan. And lastly, legislated, which comprises a small portion of the capital program, primarily around NG 911. And that would conclude our presentation.
Okay. Do we want to go straight into just present them all, so with the parking tag and then board budgets, and then we can do all the questions together? Should we do it that way? Or we don't have a presentation on the others? Oh, okay. But they are in your analyst notes, and you do have them, keeping in mind that parking tags is the operations going out, the revenue's over here, back at the ranch. And then the board budget is a fairly modest budget and very little change from last year. Okay, so I'm going to start a list for questions. I took the liberty of just making a note of all the people that I have either virtually or in the chambers. I have Perks and Deputy Mayor Morley at home still. I do. Councillor Burks is saying no thanks. I have Deputy Mayor Morley, who may be saying no thanks because she's on the police board. Councillor Sachs, Councillor Moyse, Councillor Chang, and myself in the chamber, and Councillor Fletcher has joined us. Let me just add your name in here. Councillor Sachs, did you have questions? Okay, why don't you kick us off?
Yes, thank you for the details. My question is going back to the Auditor General's reports. You know, every year we struggle with the size of the budget request from the police, and so Council looked to the Auditor General to say, what are the opportunities to reduce this column, the taxpayers? And we had a lot of recommendations, and what I don't see here is any update on how are you doing in implementing those recommendations? How much money has it saved? Are there any further similar opportunities?
Councillor Colin Stairs, the Chief Transformation Officer, Acting CAO. Through you, Chair, the follow-up on the auditor's report is ongoing. There's a lot of focus on 911 call taking and making sure that we're diverting as many calls as possible, particularly to TCCS, which we have seen a substantive increase in the number of calls that we've diverted. I think this is leading to part of the story behind the improvements in call response times. So as we liberate resources, they're able to get to calls faster, which is critical. However, it's not resulting in a drop in the overall budget because it's driven by staffing and staff level.
Okay, so why? Right, because that was the point of the Auditor General's review. I mean, are there any other opportunities to divert calls, have things done less expensively? Is there anything else we can do to build on the Auditor General's recommendations so that you can provide good service at less cost?
So if you'll recall from the Auditor General's report, they identified that there were actually under-resourced in the call center and in 911 response. And so one of the findings was that we actually needed more resources. However, there have been several initiatives that have been undertaken underneath that and adjacent to it to improve the efficiency of the call take and the response. So we have done a digital overhaul of all of our online reporting, and we've increased the quality and support of the online reporting. We've added call takers as suggested by the Auditor General. We've started to bring in new technologies. There's the NG 911 technologies, which went live in the last year, as well as AIs, which we're starting to look at for
non-emergency call answer. So all of these are being invested in, and they are achieving efficiencies within those areas.
Thank you. My other question is, how do we compare to other comparable jurisdictions in terms of the cost and quality of our police service?
I think when we look at different metrics such as clearance rates, our crime severity index, community safety indicators, we actually fare on a both national and international perspective quite well. In fact, our homicide clearance rate is almost second to none, and that would be one of the predominant examples of the effectiveness and efficiencies of the investigations that we undertake. I think one of the other areas that we're seeing is those notable improvements in our response time. Again, sometimes it is very difficult to compare Toronto to other Canadian jurisdictions. We don't really have a direct counterpart in terms of the volume of calls for service, the volume of crimes that come to the city. And so there are some distinctions that we would make in that regard. However, a lot of our key indicators do put us in the certainly top tier, not only nationally, but internationally as well.
And finally, to build on the chair's question to the TTC, the requests for money come every year. They're very high. It's a tremendous pressure on taxes and the taxpayers. Looking forward, I mean, are there any significant opportunities to keep the people of Toronto safe while reducing the cost, or at least the constant increase in the cost of the police service?
Well, I think, Councillor, through your chair, I think, Councillor, there's a couple contextual aspects to that. We are still rebuilding after many, many years of austerity and a reduction in capacity. I think when we built a multi-year hiring plan, one of the things we flagged is that this would take some time to reconstitute our capacity to meet the growing needs of the complex city that Toronto is. And we have only now come to near 2010 staffing levels. And since 2010, the city of Toronto has grown by 600,000 people. So the demand of services has continued to go up while we are frankly playing catch up as quickly as we can to meet the growing needs of our city. And I think, back to what my colleague spoke of, it's very, very hard to find a peer comparator in this country. We are a very complex place. Vancouver and Toronto, for context, fit within the city of Toronto. So just to kind of, visualize just how big this place is and how absolutely amazing our city is. And with that comes some, needs for service delivery as it relates to public safety. And what I can reassure you is that we do everything we humanly can to work with our city partners in an integrated, multidisciplined way to address the growing needs of our city and making sure that we offload things that are rightfully for others to do. And an example of that that's very topical is around mental health response. And you've heard me speak about mental health being treated as a healthcare issue first and foremost, and the need for police to re-envision our approach and re-envision how we prioritize our work and ensure that the health sector is doing their part to be the primary lead as it relates to people in mental health crisis, and having us play the role that we're really required to do as it relates to safety.
Thank you, Councillor Sachs. Councillor Moyse.
Thank you. Thank you for the presentation. So several divisions are busting at the seams when it comes to space availability for the number of officers they have as our population and policing needs continue to grow. 51 division, for example, is at capacity. I saw on the presentation that I think I saw 55 and 13 divisions are getting a redo. Is there any plans to perhaps address some of the in the capital budget to address these facility needs?
Thank you for the question. Through your chair, yes, the 10-year capital plan looks at all of our facilities And as you noticed and noted, 13 Division and 55 Division will come into play in the coming years within the 10-year frame, and they are included in this capital plan. So there is support for that. We'll continue moving along with 41 and 54 divisions. There are some areas where we are perhaps not yet comfortable that we have a fulsome 10-year plan to look at. And two examples there would be our forensics building. Forensic is definitely in need of some improvements, and also our communications center. So we do plan through the course of this year, and in partnership with CREM, to look at a fulsome 10-year plan, which is more than just a state of goods repair assessment, but actually looking at a strategic assessment of all of our facilities that would take into account not only the buildings themselves, their locations, the needs for growth and the needs for the growing city that we have. And Downsview is another great example of an area that we'll need to consider as we look at that.
Okay. And another question, how will the removal of speed cameras across the city due to Bill 56 affect speed limit enforcement in our city?
Well, I think, through you, Chair, I think that's a wait-and-see proposition. I will reassure Torontonians and reassure you, Councillor, that the Toronto Police Service continues to be committed to traffic enforcement in Vision Zero, recognizing the harm caused by distracted driving, aggressive driving, and speeding. We have reconstituted, as we reconstitute our frontline capacity, we have very much driven a back to basics and fundamental policing in regards to traffic enforcement, where we are making sure that our frontline divisions are investing through their processes to do the relevant traffic enforcement to improve safety on our roadways, and we'll wait and see over time what happens.
Well, perhaps to report to us in the future on this item. It's important. Pivoting, AI operationalization is included in your 10-year capital plan, budget plan. AI is not a perfect tool and has proven to have prejudices and biases, especially against particular groups of people. I will go into detail about that. But to what extent will AI be used in your daily operations, and how can you mitigate potential problems in your when utilizing AI?
Through you, Chair, the Toronto Police was the first police service in Canada to write an AI policy. That was pre-generative AI, but was focused on identifying risks that are driven off of AI. Sorry, I'm getting a lot of feedback. That were driven off of AI and that would manifest in equity or operational issues. We have been cautiously addressing and implementing artificial intelligence in a variety of forms. Generally speaking, we're looking at off-the-shelf tools, from language translation to speech-to-text to automatic redaction and redaction tools for video evidence. And we're focused on areas where they can have the maximum impact at the minimum risk. While we do that, we are continuing to build our capacity in AI. And our consultation frameworks and the process of thinking about the service lines that we deliver and building consultation groups around innovations in those service lines helps to make sure that we're transparent and engaging the community in the co-design process around the deployment of those AIs. So that's how we're trying to mitigate any challenges we might see in equity.
Thank you. Good.
Okay. Councillor Fletcher, questions?
Yes, thank you. This is about the capital budget, and I think 10 years ago I've been looking in there for the new 54 division, and that then we had the modernization, which put 54 and 55 together, and then we spent quite a bit of time with city real estate and TPS in looking at the Danforth Coxwell site, which was then approved, I think, in 2018, but perhaps not. It wasn't a feasible site at the end of all of that. So the division, I believe, is still doubled under modernization. It's still 54, 55, and I think part of 53, so it's quite large. And both of those buildings are fairly old. So I'm just here looking at that plan and wondering, we have an approved plan through City Hall, through City Council and TPS. How will we move to a plan that will basically renovate 54, which is almost a trailer, as you know, and then 55? And what's the time frame and what's the process for that, please?
Thank you for the question. Through your chair. So 54 division, firstly, will be constructed on the existing site, as you know, using a phased approach. It is always challenging to renovate your own kitchen while you're living in it, but it will be completed, targeted for 2029, following which 55 division would be next on the slate.
And is there any suggestion to modify the amalgamated 54-55, or will that still be run under a single command?
Yeah, through you, Chair, given that we do have a sufficient amount of numbers in each of those divisions.
Sorry, I couldn't quite hear you.
Sorry, given that we have, sufficient number of resources in those two divisions, or when we separate them, I mean, they would be likely run as two different divisions with two separate commands. When we think about the geography and the travel time now, and the fact that they will be well-staffed, that we would be separating them again.
So you'd be looking to separate them when 54 gets its new building up in?
Yeah, whichever time, at the time that's suitable, given, when the officers are able to move in, and then we can establish a rank structure there again. They would be severed.
Okay.
Yeah.
And I just have a very small question, which has to do with, I saw there you have an issue with PTSD, with officers having a difficult time. So this year we're looking at putting barriers on one of the bridges in 55, 54. And I'm just wondering how important you think that is for your officers, because it's a terrible thing when people are jumping off of bridges onto the Don Valley. It's just hard to take. So is that something you would really support, to look at that throughout those places where we know that there's reverberations through all of the officers when they have to deal with these situations?
So, Councillor, thank you for that. And I don't know the specifics of the plan you're referencing, but I think I can speak to the impact these traumatic incidences have on our members, and anything that can help in that regard is welcome. And I think importantly, anything that helps save lives of people in crisis is something we would very much want to examine carefully and find a way to support when it makes sense. So without, speaking to the specifics of the plan, having not seen what you're discussing, I think there's value in anything that saves lives and helps prevent trauma in our communities.
So it might be helpful for you to see that, or your folks to see exactly what the plans are for the barriers.
We would welcome that conversation, Councillor.
Thank you.
Those are your questions? Okay. Councillor Myers, questions on the police service budget.
Thank you. Through you, Chair. I guess my first question is regarding the paid duty officer salary of $11 million. Could you just give a background as to what those officers are currently doing?
Thank you for the question. I'll start the answer. So our paid duty officers are often doing traffic control or security for construction sites or what have you. And the $11 million is the forecasted increase of the volume, both of requests that come in, but also those that we're able to fill. Paid duty are officers that are off duty, and they take up those assignments, and the fill rate for those has been improving over the last couple of years as well.
And importantly, so people understand, that is not a cost on taxpayers. That is something paid privately through the vendors.
Thank you. Does the paid duty, the amount of paid duty that the officers do, does that in any way interfere with their ability to do their job in terms of they're working too much, or does that add to the stress of the job?
We have governance in place surrounding how many hours and the like officers can work and draw to manage that kind of risk.
And do you know roughly what percentage of your officers do paid duty work?
We don't have that number.
Okay, thank you. Moving on to the neighborhood community officers, could you describe the process for putting NCOs in place? Because currently it's quite opaque, I found, when we try to do the application for neighborhood officers in my area, Seasons Park and Milliken Park as well.
Through you, Chair. So we have committed to 4 new neighborhoods, 16 officers this year. I can tell you that it is a very structured process, evidence-based, which includes both Toronto Police Service data and data from the city. And there is quite a criteria and metrics that we do look at, things including crime severity index, youth violence, adverse childhood experience, socio-demographics, population, and we also connect with the Community Safety and Wellbeing Office of the City as well to ensure that what they're seeing is aligned with our decision-making as well.
And are those metrics, are they publicly available?
Yes, everything is on our public data portal,
and is any specific criteria looking at geography? So one of the issues in 42 Division is they have the largest geography in the city. So responding to calls can take time. And one of the successes we've really had is with the neighborhood community officers in Chesterley, which is in Scarborough Agincourt, or in Malvern in my ward. They've really been embedded in those communities and helped a lot of those situations out. So does that sort of does the criteria at all look into geography in terms of like just making sure that these large areas are properly staffed?
well, geography definitely plays into it, but those officers are more particularly focused on the community safety well-being, connecting with community, connecting with schools. And while they do take radio calls, if they are in the area, they're not meant to, our priority response unit and officers in the cars are the ones that focus on those radio calls. So those officers that are in neighborhoods can focus their time and energy on getting to know community, building trust, and supporting, the people that live there.
Thank you. And I guess the final question is, going back to sort of the process and the application process, what is the projection for NCOs for 2027? New NCOs.
Thank you. Well, 2027 is hard to predict because it will be contingent on funding, and it'll be contingent on our capacity to continue to hire. Let me be very clear.
Just to be clear, based on the multi-year hiring plan that's already in place?
Well, it'll depend on workload, draw on resources. There's not a singular factor. There's many factors that go into assessing our ability to staff up the NCO program. We would like to have it in every neighborhood, but we're going to have to grow it as we reconstitute operational capacity, and there's a lot of factors determining the draw on our resources.
Thank you.
Okay. Thank you. Councillor Chang, did you have any questions? Okay, go ahead.
Great, thank you. Thank you. Good to see the team here and Chief. Through the chair, intimate partner violence and family violence is the second highest crime category with 16,000 plus incidents from January to October last year. We observed an almost 50% reduction in auto thefts since 2023 because of a dedicated team, close collaboration with other law enforcement agencies, as well as external funding. And I'm just wondering, in this budget, what do we have in terms of investment towards dedicated efforts towards reducing IPV? And will it get some sustained attention, proactive strategies, and adaptive policing measures to protect and support survivors?
Thank you for the question. Through you, Chair. Addressing intimate partner violence has always been a service priority and will continue to be going forward. The service works closely with the Ministry of the Attorney General to ensure offenders are held accountable for the incidents that they're being charged with. The service also partners with Victim Services Toronto across multiple points of the IPV survivor journey, from crisis response and justice system navigation to prevention and training. In 2025, Victim Services served over 9,500 IPV clients, including direct clients and family members and witnesses, and Victim Services Toronto professional social workers are embedded in 5 police divisions under the Exit Route program to provide survivor support and reduce repeat victimization. I think it's very important to note that with the increase in public trust and community engagement, we should actually expect to see an increase in IPV reporting. But the service continues to look for opportunities to improve our process in both criminal investigations and engagement with the communities that are experiencing IPV violence.
And the service also has invested in a dashboard, the first of its kind in the country, that allows people to see what is happening historically and in present in terms of IPV. Is that correct?
Through you, Chair, yes, that is absolutely correct, and we continue to work on that. It will evolve over time as well.
Great. We are really grateful to see a significant drop in the response times to Priority 1. This is something, as a new counselor, I was really struggling with for the first few years. How could it be over 20 minutes? And we're now down to 13.5 minutes. And I'm wondering, with the strategic hiring that we're doing and all of the modernization, are we expected in this budget, are the investments being made that will help us decrease that time further?
The short answer is yes, and we anticipate continued improvement. How much we improve and how long that'll take over the course of the year is to be determined based on a host of factors, making it very difficult to predict concretely.
I see on page 5 this drop from 2024 to 2025 in terms of Priority 1 calls. Do you think that the Make the Right Call campaign has made an impact on the number of calls that we're receiving?
Through you, Chair, that would be one of the factors, certainly making the public aware of which is the right number. In addition to that, we've made significant investments in our online reporting capabilities, really prioritizing the right call and the right level of call and response associated. And we've strengthened partnerships with some key service areas as well, which means that some of those calls also don't come to us. They would go to TCCS as one example.
We are very excited about a new records management system that is in the pipeline, and I know it's slated to be launched in 2027. Does this budget help us move in a meaningful way towards that goal?
Through you, Chair, the records management project is indeed going to have a significant impact on our processes, operations, and documentation. But we've already factored those costs into previous budgets and capital plans. So as we move through the middle part of that project, there is no particular call out in this budget around the records management system.
Thank you. And what are the risks of having a 37% current uniform with less than 10 years experience? And how does this budget support adequate supervision?
Sorry, I missed the back end of your question, Councillor.
Yes, so we
The
have
last part.
37% current uniform is less than 10 years experience. How does this budget support having adequate supervision to support our younger inexperienced?
Yeah, so this is something, thank you for that, through you, Chair. You know, the demographic of our organization is something we've been speaking about a lot because it is much more junior as we reconstitute our capacity, and with that comes a number of risks. So we are very focused on making sure we have supervisory capacity, and I intend to undertake a span of control review over the coming months to ensure that we are providing the supports our members need in some very, very difficult high-risk work. So part of our net new resources will be committed to supervisory roles.
Great, thank you. Those are my questions.
Okay, thank you. I'm just going to ask a couple of questions. Here we are, police board members asking questions. But, just a couple of quick questions that I think help they add to some of the questions already asked. In terms of divisions that are twinned, we still have the outstanding 54-55, but with the deployments and the multi-year hiring plan, that really, I think, is the last one. The rest are now being supervised in situ in their original divisions?
Thank you for that. The only division that hasn't had a superintendent placed in it yet that will get one is 13. We have that in the works. That's quite frankly just an HR process we're going through now. So you are effectively correct that the last remaining will be 54-55.
Okay, and to that, following on Councillor Chang's question, but also following on the conversation we had this morning with Chiefs Jessup and Challa, they have the same dilemma that we will have right around 2028. A lot of people that would be at the top end of experience will be eligible for retirement and have a very attractive reason vis-a-vis the way the pension and the benefit plans are now structured, real attractive unreduced pension retirement date. And so we have not only to have a multi-year hiring plan bringing in new officers, but you also need to be making sure that we're getting people to the top end. Is there resources in here for people to move through the steps that have the capacity to do so?
Yes, and we're bringing a very strategic lens to that thinking and process mapping. And I'm sure that'll impact our upcoming discussions in the coming years as it relates to budget, but we're very much looking at that strategically to make sure that we're doing everything we can to prepare for that demographic shift.
Okay. And lastly, a couple of questions following on Councillor Meyer's questions about paid duty, because I think there's a lack of understanding here that may play out in this budget year, because we'll have the mix of FIFA. We also are trying to move capital out of the way and expedite it quickly, and then we'll be in a hurry. Once FIFA leaves town, there'll be a lot of capital on our roads going on in the latter half of the capital season. So paid duty, the reason you don't have the answer of what percentage of officers do it, so we have a system now whereby any officer can apply to do it, and there's a software that adds a lens of fairness to it as to who gets that paid duty. And I don't know that people are aware of that. Anyone can apply, and there's a queue you get in. It's fairly distributed throughout the service. Am I right about that?
That's right. It's a citywide process.
Right, and software based, so that the old adage that the favorite officer in each division was getting all the time actually isn't possible under the software. So I think that'll be important as we get into 26. And lastly, on the capital side, we have highlighted in that, well, it's in your presentation, but it's definitely in the notes here as well. We have highlighted areas we're going to do work on. My favorite, the Police Dog Services Building, which is in real tired shape, and some other facilities I've seen, some undersized divisions. We have a lot of work to do here, and yet a modest plan. Is a lot of the work in capital this year in the realm of assessing and getting ready for a more ambitious plan? Because we really haven't, we're keeping pace with humans now with the growth of the city, but we really haven't on the capital side. Is there some assessment dollars in this capital year to make sure that we could give a really good inventory?
Thank you, Chair, and through you. The short answer would be yes. So we have an expectation within our budget, to be able to do some additional assessment. We performed sort of a first part. There's actually three sort of elements right now. Last year we did a state of goods repair assessment with some external support, and that was helpful to the degree that it was. We also have partnering with CREM. CREM is undertaking some additional state of goods repair assessments process across all city.
That's why I'm
facilities.
asking,
Yes,
because
exactly.
Krem will be here tomorrow.
There you go. And then lastly, as I mentioned, we need to think a little bit more strategically as well. It doesn't necessitate that we'll make any changes, but co-location of different services, forensics and property and EMPO and ETF, et cetera. So do we have things where they need to be, and do they have the room to grow and meet their training needs and all those things? Our college is facing a lot of pressure as we hire, not only hire, but the amount of training that is undertaken on any given year, in-service training for all officers to requalify for use of force, but also the other training that is continuing to grow, as it should. But a good example would be the requirements for responding to mental health calls. And that training requires space and time and firing ranges, et cetera.
Right.
So there are definite needs that are not yet captured in this existing sort of roll it over a year capital 10-year plan, and we do need to visit that very carefully and strategically this year.
And one last question. We heard questions earlier about the Auditor General's recommendations. The board gets periodic reports on where we are in those recommendations, but I just wondered if staff wanted to speak to, the Auditor General doesn't generally go in to any agency or division really to say, I'm here to reduce your budget. A value for money audit isn't necessarily a reduce the amount of money audit. Were the terms of the audit when the Auditor General came to police services, it was value for money? Was that not the guiding terms of that audit?
That's correct, Chair.
Okay, and I know this happens across many divisions. Some of her recommendations actually cost money, do they not?
Yes, Chair. Although I think we've been able to absorb most of those costs, aside from the full complement of staffing in the 911 comm center.
And the conversation directly with the Auditor General is ongoing. She comes to visit and check to see the progress we're making. Am I right?
Absolutely.
Okay, good. Just wanted to get that on the record. Okay, and apologies, members. I hit the clock, but it didn't actually advance, so I know I took well over 1 second. Anyway, those are all the questions. So we are done on Toronto Police Services. Thank you all. Thank you so much. We do have a couple of briefing notes that we can move so that staff can go ahead and work on them, and they are in the neighborhood of municipal licensing and standards. Was there another one, or we'll wait and we'll do them tomorrow? Okay.
Madam Chair, are we doing the Toronto Police Services Board or not?
We are, but nobody's submitted anything to. Oh, sorry, the board budget. Sorry, I thought it was clear. Thank you, Louis, for coming back. I thought it was clear that you could ask questions on any of the three.
I wasn't aware, so I'm actually need the chief to come back.
Chief Demkew. Sorry, but Councillor Moyse was not aware that he was asking questions on all three. I'm not sure why he needs to answer questions on the board. This is scaring me now, but go ahead. I declare a conflict.
I mean, I put it under the board, but you know what? It's probably, the police service. And it's really around the MCIT program. It's been around for 30 plus years. I remember it when I was a healthcare worker back at the hospital. I know the work that they've done. I thought it was very forward thinking back then as a police service to do this work. And we have mental health crises that continue to be an issue in the city. And this is why we as a city have invested various resources to that, right? And so with the Toronto Community Crisis Service here, we've expanded across the city and into the subway. And I think it's a great complement to the MCIT program. I have a question. And so we know that there are thoughts of eliminating that program. And so my question is, what other alternative response models have you been exploring? How will this affect the Toronto Crisis Service, and if it would be offloaded to them? Again, one of the key things about the MCIT program, which I think is really great, is that
So, Counselor, I think we're beyond question now.
I know.
And into editorializing. In fact, that the consultation around that's what's in the budget for this year. But perhaps we get to getting the answer.
Sure.
And it might help you.
And thank you for that question through you, Madam Chair. Councillor Moise, we did have an opportunity to present to our board just this past Tuesday. And during that presentation, I made it very clear that there are absolutely no plans to discontinue the MCIT program. We are consulting on a number of different models, looking at different alternative service delivery models, and we do benefit from the model that's here out of the city of the TCCS. We have a strong partnership, a strong working relationship, and we are increasing the number of calls that we are able to divert over to the TCCS, and that is working well. We're going to look to enhance that in this coming year while not discontinuing the MCIT. We are consulting on a model that is looking at all types of different alternative service delivery models.
Can I just add to that, because I think this is an important public discourse that's been going on. I want to be expressly clear as the Chief of Police. We are committed to re-envisioning our approach to people in crisis, recognizing this is a health issue, first and foremost, and our response to healthcare issues should be led by the health sector. And whatever that takes to advance that discussion is where we will be going with our partners, with all stakeholders in consultation to co-design, co-develop, co-deliver the best response Torontonians deserve when in crisis.
Happy to hear that. Happy to hear that. Have we spoken to the nurses who work with DPS on MCIT?
Yes, thank you again for that question through you, Madam Chair. We have spoken to our members, the MCIT officers, had a number of communication with them, and I do sit on the MCIT steering committee, and we've had dialogue with the steering committee, and we're going to continue to re-engage the steering committee to listen to any of and all of their concerns. And again, as the Chief just laid out, this will be a co-design model as we continue to move forward, and we are committed to the consultation model as well.
Okay. All right. Thank you so much. I appreciate that.
Oh, okay. I was waiting for you to ask a question of the board because you had called him back, and ironically, Mr. Civilis is sitting here, could tell you the direction that the board moved in regard to this program on Tuesday of this week. If you wanted to fill in that blank, Louis.
Sorry, go ahead, Louis. I do have one additional question. Go ahead.
Thank you, and through the chair, the board at its meeting on Tuesday provided direction to the chief and to the service to continue conducting community and stakeholder engagement, which, as you've heard from Superintendent Mann, that has been in process. Part of the consultations that the service have been directed to continue include healthcare providers and also include labor groups, as well as provincial partners and emergency services, including the Toronto Community Crisis Service. There will be a report back in Q1 2027 where the service will report on the outcomes of those consultations.
Great. One final question. So with the board continuing to implement the 81 policing reform recommendations and the missing and missed recommendations, how does the 2026 budget support the work, and what remains outstanding, and what are some of the bottlenecks or challenges you are experiencing?
Councillor, and through the chairs, is this directed to the board or to the service?
To the board, I guess.
Thank you for the question. The board is currently in the process of engaging in its strategic planning process. That is a requirement under the Community Safety and Policing Act. As part of that process, the board is both legislatively required to conduct extensive community consultation, and in fact, it has conducted robust community consultation. As part of that process, the board will be considering and really taking a step back and looking at systemic change in the police service and how historic reform reports, including missing and missed, the 81 recommendations, and a series of other reform-related reports, including from the OHRC, can inform the go-forward path of how modernization, reform, and systemic change can happen. As part of that review, we will be looking at missing and missed in close collaboration with our partners at the service, who have devoted considerable resources into implementing those recommendations. So I hope that we can provide you with an update in the coming months as we report back to you on the strategic planning process that we're undertaking.
Excellent. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you. And that concludes. Everybody's okay? The board and parking tag? Okay, thank you all. Okay, so councillors, there is a bit of work to do on some of the briefing note requests. So what I'm going to suggest is that we move them tomorrow morning. It would be helpful if we can have them in the morning, so that by then staff have them when we can review them over the lunch hour, so that we're sure that we're down to the most efficient number adopted tomorrow afternoon. Okay, and on that, we will recess this meeting. Meeting 11 continues tomorrow. We should do like a reality show and just wear the same clothes every day, so that it all looks like one meeting.
See you in the morning. Drive safe.